them in the class.
Bring them Saturday. Let's go. Come on, at our training.
No, we're not taking no action at training.
But I'm saying, like, if it's to get kids into
Call the meeting to order at 6:24. We've got quorum, all 7 members present. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We'll start with our public forum, and we have Benjamin Graham that's going to speak to us.
Thank you, member of the board, for allowing me to speak. I would like to begin by commending Kathy for her honorable vote during last week's meeting. You stated your own personal belief was in favor of wearing a mask, and you voted honorably to uphold Texas law as established by the governor of Texas pursuant to Texas Government Code 418, despite your personal beliefs. I find your action to not only be commendable, but a proper reflection of how quality leadership behaves in accordance with state law. Sadly, the same cannot be said for the rest of your colleagues. My 2 primary questions for the board to answer are, what portion of state law do you believe entitles and empowers you to make a mandate such as this? And the second is, what action do you plan to take against students and parents that refuse to comply with your legal policy? Before you answer, I've done some additional research which I would like to share with you. Had the board not improperly rushed to the last-minute emergency meeting last week, I would have come better prepared then, but here we are. Texas Government Code, Chapter 418, Subchapter B, Powers and Duties of Governor states the following. The governor is responsible for meeting the dangers to the state and the people presented by disasters, Section 418.011. Under this chapter, the governor may issue executive orders, proclamations, and regulations and amend or rescind them. Executive orders, proclamations, and regulations have the force and effect of law, Section 418.012. During a state of disaster, the following recovery period, the governor is commander-in-chief of the state agencies, boards, and commissions having emergency responsibilities, Section 418.015. The governor may control ingress and egress to and from disaster area and the movement of persons and the occupancy of premise in that area, Section 418.018. Now, this board was not the only local body to violate the governor's mandate. Hays County Judge Ruben Becerra also issued a mandate of his own enforcing masks. In his mandate, he cites Government Code Section 418, which my above statement has already discussed. Judge Becerra specifies Government Code 418.108, which states the following. Except as provided by subsection E, the presiding officer of the governing body of a political subdivision may declare a local state of disaster, which, had Greg Abbott not already issued his mandate, might have entitled Judge Becerra to make his mandate legally binding.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
I've asked for an additional 30 seconds since you cleared the room, and so the condition of me participating in this was the additional 30 seconds.
30 seconds more.
Which, had Greg Abbott not already issued his mandate, might have entitled Judge Becerra to make the mandate legally binding. However, the end of Section 418.108 states Judge Becerra's orders are effective only for 60 hours unless extended by the governor. Given that Judge Becerra issued his mandate as of August 13th, that mandate has now expired as of noon today. I hope this information helps you understand why I will be refusing to comply with your mandate going forward. And I hope it encourages parents who share my respect for the rule of law to stand their ground and refuse to comply with your illegal actions. Last, I'd like to add that before this meeting began, you guys cleared the room for 24 minutes simply because I refused to comply with your mandate. That was your problem today. Monday, there are going to be thousands of parents just like me doing the same thing across all of your campuses. So you guys need to get your act together and tell us what specifically your plan is so we can address it with due process like we have today. I will be participating in the rest of the meeting. I have told the officers I will stand in the back 6 feet away from everybody, but I will be here for the duration without my mask, and that's that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Lyon.
Thank you. Can I remove this mask while I speak? Thank you very much. What we witnessed today reminded me so much of the dress code controversy in the 1970s. The school personnel spend an extraordinary amount of time enforcing a silly, arbitrary dress code, and it just brings back bad memories. But anyway, let me get on with what I have prepared. Thank you, good evening. Last Thursday, you mandated that students and faculty and visitors would be wearing masks while in school until further notice. You said that your survey had indicated that there was overwhelming support for mandatory masks. I would submit that most of the potential opposition, including me, did not know that a survey had been conducted. I wonder if the founders of this country lived in this school district, which way would they have voted? I have an idea. I believe that Ben Franklin or one of the other founders said that if the people is willing to trade liberty for security, they deserve neither. I think we're witnessing that now in Afghanistan. The fact is that immunocompromised students will not be protected by this false security blanket. The only solution for such students is remote learning. I am not heartless. That's just the way it has to be. The present stance of the board will not protect students, but it will bring numerous lawsuits which we can't win. Let's look at academics. SchoolDigger.com 5 days ago came out with its rankings for 2021. We as a district ranked 763rd out of 963 and performed better than 20.8% of the districts in Texas. Texas is far from the top of the academic charts in the United States, and the U.S. is far from the top of the list in the world. There are people that are waking up this morning in Africa and Asia in nothing but thatched huts that will be the doctors and the engineers of tomorrow, while our people will be the dishwashers and whatever. But anyway, let's look at Comal School District. It was 87th and has a 5-star rating. We have a 1-star rating. In 2013, this district performed better than 39.8% of the school districts. That's San Marcos. Now in 2021, we're down to 20.8. Comal in 2021 performed better than 91% of the school districts in Texas. They have a similar demographic to ours, and their lowest rating since 2013 was in 2016 when they outperformed 79.2% of the districts in Texas. When are we going to get our act together and be more concerned about academics than silly stuff like we're concerned with? Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Lyon. Mr. Rodrigo Amaya.
Thank you, Board. I was reading y'all's rules for the speakers that come up here, and it says the presentation shall be informative, and the disruption of the meeting by members of the audience won't be tolerated. Questions on that. Is it allowed for the board members to disrupt the speakers? Because 2 meetings ago, I was up here and I kept getting disturbed, interrupted and stuff. So, you know, let's be fair about this. It's written right here in those rules. But the last time we were here, last Thursday, you know, the superintendent had his attorney out here, and he asked him if he could address something that I had said. Just want to let y'all know what he stated was a lie. I never try to secretly record him. However, if I do secretly record him, the law says that that's legal. It's just a cheap shot. Some parents didn't like it, and I'm glad they saw that and they, you know, said something about it. But, you know, academics, leadership, accountability, when are y'all going to start holding yourselves and those that have failed the district responsible and take some kind of disciplinary action? You know, I've been talking to more and more parents about issues in the school district and stuff, and you know, one thing that's very clear is that money's not the solution. Again, this mandate for the mask, y'all know y'all gonna have some incidents like the one today. Y'all need to come better prepared. Y'all took up 24 minutes of our time today, you know, and y'all know this is coming. And the way y'all go about preparing for it is very disappointing. It's just a reflection of the way the leadership has repeatedly failed this district. And that's why, you know, as Mr. Lyons reads the ratings and all that, we're not surprised that the district is always very low. You know, I worked for the district for about 18 months as a bus driver a couple of years back, and I witnessed a lot of problems, and I tried to fix those problems and, you know, go up to the central office through y'all's grievance process. But every time we did that, I mean, it was just like the victims were the ones that were being discouraged from coming up there. One time I even had my job threatened by the former superintendent for disclosing what he called privileged information. It wasn't privileged information. All it was I was trying to let them know the problems at the bus transportation department, and we tried to go to the superintendent to fix them, and they wouldn't do it, so I have no choice. So, you know, y'all need to do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Amaya? She's not there,
See like this.
so we're done. We're going to go into closed session as authorized by section 551.071 and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Consultation with district bond attorney regarding legal requirements and use of bond proceeds. Discussion regarding administrative contracts for the 2021-2022 school year. Okay, we're going to. Move into our reports and information items. Ready,
Okay.
Mr. Sandoval, whenever you are.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Board. President Cantu, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Cardona. I'll be delivering the construction update for this month. We just talked about these financials in our meeting. Like I mentioned, it's about 4.9 million right now that we're tracking. We're probably going to see a little bit above that as we close out a couple of these projects here in the next couple of months. We've talked about the list extensively, and I'm sure we'll continue to develop that list for y'all to review. I had planned, as I talked about last month, to bring the board the closure of the high school STEAM building. Unfortunately, we had a lot of work to do in the pond area, the detention pond. We had some rain events, as everyone knows. We were able to complete what we thought was going to be the final activity on it. Mr. Duval, Weber, and the civil engineer walked the pond last Thursday, and it's uncovered that there's a little bit more work to do. So we're going to try to schedule that this week and then have the city come out to do their final walk. So we expect to have Weber to close that project out once that's approved and to y'all for next month's approval. And to be quite honest with you, I didn't want to pull Weber away from Miller because there's a lot of activity over there and the resources at Weber are low right now. So the focus was Miller, but once we get school started on Monday, we're going to be holding them accountable to this STEAM building. Regarding Miller, so last month we talked about phase one and we talked about these dates that I had presented to you. Everything in black has been completed. Everything in red, or within that week that we had identified. We continue to struggle with millwork. It's become a serious issue with the subcontractor. We're attempting to find another one. Some challenges are the lead time on the material is extensive. The subcontractor that is contracted right now will not release any of the material that he has prepared. He goes without calling Weber back for a couple of days, and then they issue a 72-hour notice, and then he'll call. So it's just been a yo-yo for, I guess, the last 2 months. So we've directed Weber to start the legal proceedings with this subcontractor. Now the millwork is functional and it's cosmetic. So we're talking about our countertops, we're talking about laminate, and we do have installed temp solution. We have installed some temporary solutions in these areas. Some of them look fine. There's other unfinished product, but it's nothing that's going to keep our students and our teachers in there starting on Monday. And then the summer renovation, which we're in right now, once again, like I mentioned last month, the goal was to get one art room, the dance room, and it looks like we're going to accomplish that. We did have furniture ongoing. That's sort of a challenge there with supply chains and the furniture availability. But we did have the opportunity to bring our teachers in on August 9th, which was our goal. We met that. The staff at Miller has done a tremendous job. They had trainings in areas that that weren't available, but we are having the fire marshal walk on Friday to get our temporary certificate of occupancy. We're confident we're not going to have any issues. We've addressed them numerous times with Weber, with Perkins and Will, and we feel like we have everything covered to be able to get school functional on Monday. So there's some photos. The photo on the left is the new reception area. And I know this is just a photo, but the temporary millwork that we're talking about is those countertops on both of those, on the desk and then on the area behind it. The picture on the right is the last week's view of the front of Miller. The admin hallway down the left, we have a conference room in the admin area that was actually being used when this photo was shot. and then the admin workroom on the right. And then that's the main corridor, and back last month, and that's the main corridor as of today. There is a temporary wall that's separating some science labs, some multi-use space, some collaborative areas. But once again, our students can walk freely down that hallway, and that's the main corridor that's going to serve from the admin to the classroom wings. And then you heard me talk last month about these handrails, right? That was another sub that we were challenged with. But that's the picture last month. That's the picture as of today. Handrails have been put all along the mezzanine upstairs and up and down the stairways. We actually found, Weber, the sub, and they turned out to do a really good job. So we're still going to have construction at Miller for the next, at least, I'm saying 60 days based on the history. But the areas that we need are going to be available. Our students and our staff are going to be safe as they walk through the campus. So we're going to be able to use that campus the way it's intended to use. And like I said last month too, we're fortunate at Miller is that the classrooms weren't impacted like at De Zavala, but our admin had to be flexible, and they were extremely flexible. But we think we've got them in, and we'll be good to go for them.
Ms.
The
Hanson?
work that's been finished, will that be outside of school time?
Yes, so the work is going to be, once again, behind the temp wall, and it'll be in the evenings and on weekends.
Okay, thank you.
So let's look at De Zavala. August 9th, we got FFE granted, and that's basically the ability to put furniture, fixtures, and equipment in, and that also included our employees to be able to move about the campus. And like I just said, De Zavala was a challenge because now we're dealing with two hallways full of classrooms. So on the 10th and 11th, we moved a lot of the classroom items that were over in the C&D and the library back into the A and B classrooms. We are planning to get our temporary certificate of occupancy this Wednesday. Today we had the health department pass, the kitchen, and then also we had furniture ongoing today, which should be completed by tomorrow. Some items that are going to be lagging behind. September 15th, we're looking at finalizing the landscaping and finishing the outdoor learning spaces, putting up a fence. We're also looking at September 15th as finalizing the punch list and certificate of occupancy. We do have some stragglers on the remaining furniture items that'll be coming in over the month, through the month of September. And then in December break, and I'll show you pictures here, but the supplier, the subcontractor, had a hard time getting all of the VCT flooring that was needed, and it's basically just the colored ones. So we'll have to come back at Christmas break and do the main corridor. We'll have to do the B hallway, and like I said, I'll show you a picture here in a second. And then in the cafeteria, we'll have to finish out some colored VCT. We have VCT down right now. It's just plain color. It's not colored to go with the other patterns. So that's a shot of the serving lines. That was actually the old serving lines on the picture on the left, and the picture on the right is the new serving lines for the cafeteria, lighted. It's really nice. That was the cafeteria in July. You can see the cafeteria on the right, all the tiles done, the flooring's done, serving line. That's a wide view of the cafeteria. Like I talked about the colored flooring or the colored VCT, there's a pattern that they'll finish that out in December. That's the A hallway, and that's the B hallway. Once again, you could see just the plain tile. We'll come back in December and put the colored tiles down, or colored VCT. And then that's the outdoor learning area back in July, and then what it looks like here in August. So we'll be fencing that area off and also putting some furniture on the outside. So I'll just finish by saying this real quick. Just a huge thank you to the staff, teachers at Miller and DZ. Their understanding, flexibility has been appreciated. The custodians at each of those campuses have done a tremendous job. The custodial department has lent custodians from other campuses to help us finish. The maintenance staff has really helped out. It's a total team effort. It was a lot of work in a very challenging time with COVID and with supply chain and materials, but you know, we got it done. It's not 100%, but we're going to be ready to do business on Monday. So, any questions?
I did have a question. You were talking about the interior of the buildings being ready and temporary certificate of occupancy. Is the exterior of both Miller and Days of Alla going to be impacted come Monday when it's time for drop-off and pickup?
They'll be ready to go. Both campuses will be ready to go. Bus
Thank
loop's
you.
back to normal at DZ. Parent pickup is back to normal. Same thing at Miller. We'll be able to drive right in front, drop them off instead of out on the street.
Fantastic, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you all.
Sandoval. Appreciate it. We're ready for our campus updates. San Marcos High School, Goodnight Middle School, Miller, and Travis will be reporting. Are we starting with our assistant superintendent?
Good evening, Board President Cantu, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Cardona. Our teachers, administrators, and support staff have spent the past week preparing for the return of our students on August 23rd. The preparation has consisted of professional development aligned to our core commitments: student performance, academic rigor, culture, achievement gaps, and community. Tier 1 instruction is our focus. We are committed to providing all students with the best teach the first time using high-quality instructional materials. Teams of teachers will come together during professional learning communities to plan instruction that is focused more on how we are teaching versus what we're teaching. Our Tier 1 instruction and PLC focus aligns closely with the recommendations from the equity audit conducted last spring. Our instructional framework for this year will emphasize the fundamentals of students being able to demonstrate mastery of learning through listening, speaking, reading, and writing. This evening, you will hear from 4 of our proud principals, Ms. Presley, Mr. Alvarez, Ms. Lewis, and Mr. Massini, who will share their academic success plans for the new school year. As our instructional leaders present, you will hear a common theme around social and emotional support, which will be essential for the success of all of our students. We feel strongly that a holistic approach to educating our students will prepare all of our students to become critical thinkers, highly emotionally intelligent, collaborative, and active citizens. So I would like to now bring up Mr. Massini, principal of Travis Elementary.
Mr. Massini, before you start, I don't want to interrupt you. I know you're going to have a train of thought, but none of y'all have really been able to meet her. But Ms. Frank, can you stand up? Ms. Frank, I'm putting her on the spot here, is the new special education director. You've kind of maybe have heard about her, but this is the first time you get to see her actually in person. Everybody else you know, well, we have our instructional coaches who are new to the district, if you want to stand up also. We have 2 of them in particular. Social studies and English language arts. Sorry, Scott.
No, you're good. You're good. Good evening, President Cantu, Superintendent Cardona, and the Board of Trustees. My name is Scott Massini, proud principal of Travis Elementary. Tonight, I appreciate the opportunity to share our plan and the state of Travis. We had the privilege of collaborating with the Office of Innovation, Miller Middle School, and Goodnight Middle School to create our graduate aims and design principles for our district. These were rooted in our core commitments. We kept student performance, academic rigor, culture, instructional gaps, and community at the center of our work. So our design principles are truly, our design principles there at the bottom are truly our beliefs, and our beliefs drive our actions. So the design principles are essentially our journey, and these, you can see how these are aligned to our core commitments. So we are Travis Elementary, where all scholars, families, staff, and community are growing together. You'll see our mission is woven throughout all of our work and all that we do. Our graduate aims, as Mr. Sanders alluded to, this is the destination. This is where we want kids to be when they leave Travis. We want them to be critical thinkers. We want them to be emotionally intelligent. We want them to be team players and active citizens. So in what was probably the toughest year any of us have ever been through in education or in life, we we had some good success at Travis. For the last 2 years, we've really joined that mission of growing together. And so first and foremost, as all campuses did, we kept scholars and staff safe. That was our #1 drive last year, and we did that throughout San Marcos CISD. We gave them opportunities to learn and grow, whether it was virtually or in person. And our 5th graders in Math Star data came within the state average. That was a big win for us. And they were one grade level that really closed the racial disparities that exist across our system. Another strength of ours last year was our NWA MAP data for math. In 1st through 5th grade, we accelerated growth from the middle of the year to the end of the year. In math and in reading, we did that 1st through 5th grade. We exceeded expected growth from middle of the year to the end of the year. Now, with that being said, we still have a long way to go for our scholars to reach those graduate aims. First and foremost, we have to continue to close the reading gaps that exist in primary. That's one of our areas of emphasis. We also, in math, we need to have high quality instruction and numerical representation, and in algebra. And then a moral imperative of ours has to be to close the racial disparities that exist. So our campus goals, this year with Travis doing a total school redesign, we had to lay a foundation, and our theme this year is compassion together. We need to have compassion for one another as we embark on this redesign journey. So that's going to be our foundation. And our areas of emphasis, we're looking at blended learning, social emotional learning, and foundational literacy. With blended learning, we're looking at a highly engaged online learning with highly engaged offline learning. The SEL focus will be our care model, which the focus would be compassion, assertiveness, routines, and environment. And then foundational literacy, we're really looking to use a systematic approach to teaching explicitly teaching phonics. So that foundational literacy is the key component to us closing the gaps at primary. So going into our ESSER support, the ESSER 3 grant, we have a once in a generational opportunity here to really interrupt a system that has historically disenfranchised our most marginalized scholars. We will use the ESSER 3 funds to provide support to every grade level. So K-5 will have an academic support teacher, an expert teacher supporting the grade level with PLCs, with our data-driven instruction. They will help teachers with that Tier 1 instruction that we're looking to improve. And the main goal is to accelerate all scholars. So the instructional supports that we have, our plan is to support teachers in this. It's going to be through data-driven instruction. We have protected time in our PLCs. We have 90 minutes set aside for each grade level team each week to implement the data-driven instruction PLC cycle that will help them with planning as well. We also have a 50-minute block that will allow for goal setting and mentoring. And then as I just talked about with the academic support team that will support each grade level, but special education staff, which I'll talk about a little bit, is tied to the grade levels as well. So our action items for our scholars this year is our areas of emphasis that we just talked about, blended learning, foundational literacy, and SEL. We're also looking at building in Avid Wicker Strategies K-5. An example of that, we're doing content, writing across all content areas. So scholars will bring a notebook to art, music, PE, STEAM, and they'll be writing in those content areas as well. And then CRIMSI is a second and third grade pilot that we are doing. CRIMSI stands for COVID Relief Instructional Materials Support Initiative. That is a pilot with TEA that our second and third grade are doing, and they're using Eureka Math at third and Amplify Skills to embark on this CRIMSI journey. And it's about really internalizing your lesson planning and improving that so teachers, it's more beneficial to teachers. And they use their Eureka and Amplify platform to do that. We're piloting Eureka Math at third grade. Amplify is the systematic phonics instruction that we're using, the scope and sequence at K5. And then Haggerty we're using to build phonemic awareness at K2, and they have a Bridge the Gap to help scholars close those gaps at 3 through 5. And then, of course, targeted small group instruction. Okay, special education support. So our special education plan will largely focus on literacy and inclusion. Us as an administrative team will meet with teachers to discuss every scholar prior to the beginning of the school year, and we're going to set goals in both of these areas, in both behavior and academics. For our scholars who receive support in these areas, we'll ensure they're receiving opportunities on campus for leadership and peer facilitation. For example, we're going to increase both inclusion and reverse inclusion, meaning our scholars who receive services will come into our ACL classrooms and have opportunities to read to those scholars and do peer activities with them. So our schedule allows for our special ed teachers to be part of the grade level team and attend all data and driven instruction meetings and PLC meetings. We've created clearly defined roles and responsibilities for our LSSP, our team leads, and our case managers. And then finally, we are going to provide a data-informed culture. So our SEL supports for our scholars, these are the areas that we're going to support with SEL. Strong Start, which is an opportunity for our students to develop their emotional intelligence by building those positive relationships. Intentional language and tone. This is about how we talk to kids. We really have to, and this is where we have to drive home that compassion. And it's really the way we connect and talk to kids. And then Safe Spaces is all our Travis classrooms are going to have a space by December 21st. Where scholars will be taught how to utilize that space, de-escalate, and the whole goal is to keep them in the room where they're hearing instruction and increase student agency and coping. So how are we going to support all this? You can see the school redesign plan is a lot, but the TLA, the Office of Innovation, Transcend, who we're partnering with, have really helped us specialize in this August PD plan that we've done to support the redesign effort and to support our teachers. We also have a year-long PD plan, a scope and sequence, if you will, to support our areas of emphasis, so blended learning, foundational literacy, and SEL. And then as we talked about, the 90-minute weekly data-driven instruction time. And then finally, these, as I talked about our school redesign, it's about blended learning. It's about personalizing the learning for every scholar. That's our goal. That's what we're doing. And teams that we have in place to support this are our campus improvement team, our instructional leadership team, our academic support team, and our behavior support team. And so, like I said, we've really embraced this mission of growth. And I love this quote of, no one can stop you once you've decided to grow. And this is a shout out just to our staff, our community, and our scholars. They've decided to grow. And now I will let Mr. Alvarez come up and.
Mr. Messini, I had a couple questions.
Can we let them present and then have them?
Okay.
That way we can get through all of them and then.
We'll hold our questions.
Y'all are going to have a lot of questions.
Okay.
Hey, good evening, Board President Cantu, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Cardona. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm always excited to talk about the good things happening at Goodnight Middle School. I first wanted to start with our theme. When we looked at which direction we want to move forward this year, we wanted to make sure that we're in line and our vision is in line with the district's vision. So when we talked about how can we make this a successful year, we wanted to look at what can we reimagine. There were some things from last year that came about that worked out very well, and we want to take those and keep those good things. And then there's some good practices that have been longstanding prior to this last year, and we want to make sure we don't lose sight of those as well. So it's a matter of this year blending those two, as well as looking at how we can continue to even move forward and push the thinking on how to really target and personalize that learning for our students. I do want to point, I know this slide is something that Mr. Rossini talked about, but I wanted you to understand that, again, everything that we did in our planning was focused on our graduate aims, which came about through our redesign plan. And we really truly hold to trying to develop students that are critical thinkers, that are emotionally intelligent in their learning, that are collaborative in everything they do, and are part of the community and active. There's a lot of, this is a busy slide, I understand, and there's a lot of data here, but I just kind of wanted you to look at some historical trends that we've traditionally had. In some areas here, you see that over the 3 years, there's been a little growth. It kind of seems that it's flatlined. There's some areas that we did have some dips. And there's a couple areas that we really did well in. Now, those three line graphs are accountability, state accountability data. And on the bottom right, that is our last year's NWEA RIT scores. And if you look, that's at each grade level, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So when we tried to summarize what that data meant for us, we looked at some of our strengths were that cohort star data. We noticed that there was trending in the right direction, particularly with our math. And we're really happy and embracing the fact of accelerated learning in math for K through 12. And I think our students are starting to perform in that way. Particularly with the NWEA, the RIT scores, we noticed an increase from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Now, although it was not dramatic in the numbers, what's important to note is that we had a much larger percentage of students that participated at the end of the year, and those were students that were not with us in the classroom physically at the beginning of the year. So showing that growth, including those students that did not participate in person, I think really shows that we are trending in the right direction with math. Now, we know we still have a lot of work to do, and we're going to continue the focus in that area as well as literacy. But I think one of the things that we do well as a campus is we work well to build relationships with our students. What we now are challenged with doing is fostering those relationships to tie in the learning. How do we use those relationships to support the growth academically for our students? We also have found that we do well in teaching to mastery. And we really need to challenge ourselves with improving the academic rigor. We need to move our students beyond what they feel they're capable of doing to what we know they are capable of doing. And then lastly, very much of what Mr. Massini had said, we know there are disparities amongst our racial groups, and we are charged with making sure that we close those so that all of our students are performing on level academically. So we were fortunate this year to have additional funding through the ESSER grant. And as a campus, we were allocated 2 teaching positions. Those teaching positions we have termed as our Tier 1 teachers. And we do that for a reason. A lot of times we think of additional staffing to either lower class sizes, class counts, or to provide some type of intervention. But we wanted to make sure that these teachers were focused more than that. We wanted them to really look at that instruction at the beginning. We wanted them to be able to provide additional instruction, whether it's parallel teaching inside the room, parallel teaching outside of the classroom in a different classroom, co-teaching within the room, small group instruction support. But we wanted them to focus on that initial instruction. We know that nothing is more powerful than that initial instruction that students receive the first time. So that's where our area is focused, one in math and one in reading. We also wanted to make sure that although we're supporting all students 6 through 8, when we talked about what is most beneficial for our campus, we wanted to target the students that are coming to us. Those sixth graders had a tough fifth grade year and definitely had a tough fourth grade spring semester. So we wanted to identify the areas of those foundational skills that maybe they were just not exposed to or needed some support, and really build those along with the current TEKS that they're going to be learning during their sixth grade year. We felt as though that was a way that as they grew from 6th to 7th to 8th grade, they are going to wind up leaving us and moving on to the high school with the learning that is expected of them and the learning that we know that they can accomplish. So we look at data, and data is just what guides our day-to-day instruction, what guides our annual plans amongst all of our departments. Now, accountability data we know is a snapshot. It's a once a year type deal. We also have our NWA data, and that's taken beginning, middle, and end. But in addition to those, we really truly look at those common assessment data. Those are more TEKS focused, and those give us time to look and see how our students are progressing from a smaller chunk of time, so that we have the ability to work with them and intervene and adjust as necessary. And then also we have some adaptive software. There was some great software that came about this past year that we have incorporated and was very successful in helping to prescribe for specific students what they needed to be successful and to help guide them in that learning. So we've looked at all that data, and what came of it were some strategies that we wanted to focus on. The goal this year is really to identify and personalize learning for our students. We know that collectively our group students does well, but individually they have unique needs. And our plans are going to make sure that we're looking at how each of them are performing. We're using these prescriptive tools to identify that, and we're targeting our instruction for them. We also believe that it's important for students to become owners of their learning, and we want to work on building student capacity. Part of that is going to be identifying goal setting. Now, academic goal setting is important to us, but we also feel that we want to incorporate personal goals. Students need to be able to learn and grow, social emotionally, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. But we know that's an important part of their growth, especially in these crucial middle years when their brains are still developing. And then lastly, we were strategic in our approach of developing our overall master schedule, which incorporated how we were going to use the staffing on campus. We're fortunate to have layers of support from the district level, but we also identified ways that creatively the administrators can also be involved in that learning process. We were able to bring in, or not bring in, but bring up teachers that wanted to be more teacher leaders on campus and take on additional roles, and find different layers of support for our students. And then we also have instructional assistants, which are unfortunately sometimes underrated and very, very useful. And we are going to have them as a support role on campus. So we felt as though we could not create enough layers of support for the students and the teachers in their classroom. Now, we know instruction and academics is at the core of what we want to do, but none of that's going to happen if we don't build student capacity and provide a good, solid foundation for students having the ability to want to learn and be able to cope. We know that students coming into us this year might have not been on campus much last year or at all. And it's going to take a little bit of time to help get them to where they are not only comfortable about learning, but confident in being able to perform. So we have a three-pronged approach for that. The first is what we're calling our Rattler Ready. When they step foot on campus in the morning, they are going to be greeted by a teacher. These are going to be small student-teacher ratios, and we're going to focus on committing some time for emotional check-ins, helping them to be centered emotionally. And then we're going to also work in some academic check-ins. We're going to help them get a little bit organized, and we're really going to focus on coming together as a small community of a classroom, and then working on building that into a community of a campus, and then beyond into our community in San Marcos. We know that relationships with adults and students are can be very strong, and we feel as though mentoring is one way that we can help build that capacity of students. We piloted, as part of our redesign process last year, a mentoring at a small scale, and we found some really good things that came about from that, and we were able to make some adjustments to better focus how we want to implement mentoring. So this year, we are going to be partnering students with teachers that are going to, again, focus on their well-being, their social and emotional development, and looking at goal setting for them. How can we have those individual conversations to really let students know that we're vested in their interests in their academics? And then lastly, we live and breathe Wicker. We live and breathe Avid, and Wicker is very much part of that. I'm very proud that we were fortunate last year to become a national demonstration Avid campus, and it's because of the hard work of each and every employee on our campus and the fact that we've embraced Avid as a vehicle to support all of the instruction and learning that's happening on campus. So we have this time that is called our Wicker Enrichment Time, that we are going to implement social emotional learning and lessons, but it's going to be through the lens of Avid instructional strategies. So we're partnering those two to make sure that learning's still existing, but we're identifying that through, or working with that through social emotional learning. Now that's going to take some work, and it's going to take us helping to support our teachers. We know that we need to help build their capacity just as much as we need to build student capacity. The redesign plan was a big part of last year and now focuses on a big part of what we're implementing this year. We had some time earlier last week to work with Transcend that came and talked with our faculty about blended learning and give more of an in-depth understanding of what that means and how it's going to look on our campus. We've also really embraced the work with as professional learning communities. And we partnered with Region 13 last year to help our teachers really understand how to have those meetings and use data to guide a lot of the decision making and what the lessons will look like. And we're going to continue that focus as we move into this year and years to come. And it's really going to be what does the data say? How does the data show what we need to do to support our students? Educational technology, I mentioned last time that, or earlier, that we had found some good educational technology that came about with our work this last year. Things such as iExcel, which we used in math and reading, and now looking at adding into science. No Red Ink really focused on writing and comprehension. And so we're going to be taking some of those educational technology and making sure our teachers are well-versed in how to incorporate and use them to really work with the blended learning side, which was created as part of our schedule. And then lastly, and certainly not least, is our Wicker strategies. Wicker strategies are just solid instructional strategies that have been incorporated by Avid, and we're going to continue to live and breathe Avid every day on campus. So when we come to our goals, we looked at three things that we really need to focus on. The rigor. Rigor is important. I mentioned with our data that we did a fairly good job about getting to mastery, but that's just not acceptable for us. We need to move students beyond that. We know they're capable of more, and we need to support that. The Avid strategy, Wicker strategy of inquiry is something that we're really going to focus on. We're going to try and push the rigor through a lot of strategic questioning, whether that be in classroom conversation, small group discussion as part of an assessment, or as part of an assignment. We also understand that student discourse is really important, and that we want to have students to be able to communicate with each other on an academic level. So we're going to try and support and foster that. And then lastly, but not least, under the rigor is data-driven instruction. Everything we do is going to be guided by the information that we receive. Then we're focusing on building student capacity. Students need to take ownership of their learning. And we know that they have that ability to do it, but there's some apprehensiveness and anxiety. So we're going to work through the guise of, through the lens of SEL to make sure we support that. Blended learning is part of our redesign plan, and it's we were able to redevelop a master schedule and a Bell schedule this year that gives a good 60-minute chunk of time throughout the middle of the day that students are going to be able to take ownership of their learning. They're going to identify what the need is and where the support is going to be, and we're going to try and support them in seeking out that support and that need and that extra tutoring or time to work on a project or working with a peer to help them understand that this is their learning. We're here to support them. It's not our learning. And then our AVID structures are going to be alive and well with building that capacity. And then lastly, we're going to strengthen that student self-knowledge. Organization is key for this age level. We have done a great job, and our teachers have done fantastic with incorporating interactive notebooks and organizational binders. And we're going to keep those going this year so that when a student walks in for the day, they know to open up their binder and say, do I need to be prepared for a quiz today? Do I have that assignment I was supposed to turn in? What else do I need to prepare for so that I know how I can be successful for the day? A lot of that's going to happen through the Rattler Ready morning time, but we are also going to incorporate that middle of the day schedule. And then truly, we want to be a campus that students feel that learning is personalized to them, and that we are just providing the opportunity and the support needed for them. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk about Goodnight Middle School. I'm going to be excited at the end of the year to come talk to you about the successes we had this year. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Presley, who's going to talk about San Marcos High School.
Awesome. Good evening, members of the board, President Cantu and Superintendent Dr. Cardona. Thank you for allowing this time and space for us to share the state of our campuses, the state of San Marcos High School. Tonight, I'll talk to you a little bit about our campus data results, and then also our campus goals and our focus, and then we'll talk about how we're going to support those our goals and focus with literacy and math, our ESSER funds, SEL, our social emotional learning supports, and then professional development as we continue to grow our staff. As we look at our campus data, just as a collective recollection, making sure we remember that we did not offer or administer the 2020 spring EOCs. So the comparative data that you'll see tonight is from our spring 2019 administration and then our spring 2021 administration. So the graphic here just shows where we declined in academic performance and where we grew. You can see in Algebra 1, 15% decline, 9% in biology, and a little less than 1% in English 1, and then an acceleration in growth or incline in academic performance in English 2 and U.S. history. What this graphic also inherently tells me is that our students who were in the building, who've been in the building, and who understand the Rattler Way and what it takes to be successful at San Marcos High School performed well. Our students who haven't seen school before, who didn't get a freshman orientation, who were not in the building, struggled and suffered academically. And so the data tells the story of the need for our children to be in the building. So some of the strengths that we found is just, in English 1, we've improved in masters, even though we dropped overall, like I said, by less than 1%. We saw a 3% increase in masters, and then our percent score in Algebra 1 declined. However, the decline did not exceed that of the state. And just keeping in mind that the students on our campus who take Algebra 1 are predominantly retesters who might not have passed in either in a previous district and mostly in our middle schools, and so they retake the exam here. So we still have a great deal of work to do, and just understanding that one of the strengths is that even in that space, we didn't exceed the declination of the state. And then no substantial achievement disparities in Algebra 1. So as we continue to sharpen our lens on equity and that achievement gap, that was a celebration in Algebra 1 that we didn't see a disparity in achievement. So growth for opportunity absolutely is improving literacy and critical thinking and math computation skills, and then strengthening academic support for our incoming ninth graders. And I'll talk a little bit about what that looks like. We'll have 2 administrators in ninth grade and 2 counselors in ninth grade to make sure that our students who are coming in have all the support that they need, and then those numbers of support for our administrative staff are smaller on the ninth grade level. And then also the additional academic supports and strategies of scheduling. So being very strategic about how we schedule our students based on their individual academic needs. Other strengths that we saw in our data, in English 2, you saw the improvement by 10%. We're also excited to say that on the mastery level, we saw an increase of 4% for our students in English 2. And then in U.S. history, we improved by 16%, and in a mastery level improved by 24% from the 2019 school year. Opportunities for growth, of course, is literacy and critical thinking, and you'll hear literacy throughout the entire evening. And then dissipating the achievement gap in U.S. history. So we saw a little disparity there. We're excited about the growth, and we want to make sure that all of our students are experiencing the same level of success. So one of the things that our teachers have heard early last week is when we talk about our goals and our focus, we wanted to make sure that our goals and our focus for the school year are grounded in our mission statement and our vision statement. So our mission at San Marcos High School is to provide a space where a safe space for students to learn and experience high impact learning. That's our mission. And so when you look at Tier 1 instruction and attendance, that's our focus. We will follow up strategies that we'll use for Tier 1 instruction, include Wicker and John Seidlitz's 7 steps for a language-rich classroom, and then implementing a very strong assessment calendar for San Marcos High School. So we'll have a beginning of the year and a middle of the year in addition to assessment, in addition to our unit assessments, and then continue professional growth for all of our teachers in their PLCs, personalized learning through portfolios in English 1, 2, and 3, and then improve all EOC data by 10% or more. Or more is what we're aiming for. And then through attendance, we need to improve our attendance by 9% to really get ourselves back on track. And then we also have worked with our SMCISD attendance student case managers who are new to, that's a new position to our district, but they've already been on campus working with our administrative team and our attendance team. They're already setting up meetings. I believe we started meetings this week in addressing students whose attendance might have been challenging in last year or previous years. And then our student success team, which you heard me talk about them last year. I think they did close to 400 home visits alone. And so we will continue with that team and offering individual support for students and families. And then making San Marcos a place where San Marcos High School, a place where students want to be through Tier 1 instruction, SEL supports, and PBIS, which you'll see on the right-hand side. This is our focus, and it's grounded in our campus vision. San Marcos High School's campus vision is that we're students and staff will possess the academic, social, and emotional skills needed to obtain their goals regardless of social construct. So positive behavior interventions and supports is not necessarily new, and it's something that we want to focus on, because if you remember, Tier 1 anything is addressed to reach 80 to 85% of your population. So we lay out very clear expectations for behavior and academic performance for our students, and then celebrate our students. I think that's something that we all miss by not having kids in the classroom last year, or in the building last year, is that we missed out on a lot of the celebrations, and then making sure that we're still focusing on the Tier 3 instruction through our student success team and academic supports. And then our social emotional learning. We had some amazing training last week. I left feeling invigorated. One of our goals this year is to make sure that our teachers are integrating SEL practices in their daily lessons. And so we're redesigning our lesson plan so that it actually has a space listed where teachers can write down, okay, and be intentional about, here's what we're going to practice in my class this week. And then making sure that we maintain our flex lessons for SEL, and the revival of clubs and organizations. We all know that students who are connected have a tendency to be more successful in schools, and so we're excited about having kids back in the building and being able to revive some of those clubs and organizations. And then Tier 3 services for SEL through our SEL department and CIS and other services that we partner with in our community. So how we support our mission and vision and goals in literacy and math. Anytime you start thinking about what you want to do and how you're going to address a problem, we have to think about what will continue, what will start, and what will stop. Otherwise, we'll have a long list of initiatives and practices that are not well implemented because they're not well monitored if your list gets too big. So some things that we'll continue to do is strategically schedule students in a way that maximizes their individual academic needs. We're focusing on Tier 1 instruction, as I said earlier, through Wicker strategies and Sidelet strategies. And then PLC and instructional coaching cycles, using common assessments and data to inform instructional practices. We're going to continue to use Canvas as our campus-wide learning management system, and then we'll continue facilitating monthly campus-wide professional learning experiences for our staff. Some things that we need to start is increasing the support services for incoming ninth graders, which I talked to you a little bit about, augmenting that staffing there with so we have Gear Up, and now we have 2 counselors and 2 administrators that are designated for our ninth grade, and personalizing our learning portfolio by way of portfolios in English 1, 2, and 3. And here's something that I've done wrong tonight that I'm still working on, is making sure that we're addressing students by cohort as opposed to grade level. So I've said ninth grade several times, and what I need to say is cohort 25. And this is because we know that we have some catching up to do from the last 18 months, and so it's going to be very important that we start looking at students as cohort as opposed to grade level so that we know who's supposed to be where and when, right? And then administering the boys in the beginning of the year and the middle of the year exams for all core tested areas, and holding the line on those assessment calendar dates. So we'll have a window of when those assessments need to be administered in a classroom, and so it won't be, oh, I'm not caught up yet. We'll get into that later. And then Texas State Real Math, so this is something that we want to partner with Professor Harris at Texas State on Real Math with our Algebra 1, Algebraic Reasoning, and Geometry classes. And you start utilizing Flex and Tutor.com for accelerated learning in response to House Bill 4545. So the things that we need to stop doing at San Marcos High School is we will stop equalizing intervention in education and create a culture of learning and teaching. We will stop overutilizing Button and Phoenix. Those are Tier 3 programs that are designed to serve 1% to 3% of your student population. Currently, we're serving about 10% or more in Button or Phoenix. We will stop creating credit recovery programs such as Saturday schools or additional credit recovery programs, and build a mutual agreement, a mutual agreement of academic responsibilities between campus administrators, counselors, families, and the students that say we are here to learn and we're going to learn in the classroom, or we have to take the class over. I mean, so we really need to get our students used to the concept of Tier 1 instruction is important. I have 4 years to graduate, and I can do it, and I will do it. And then we will stop midterm exam exemptions. And one of the reasons we're not having exemptions is because going into this school year, we have to have a comprehensive data set moving into the spring semester so that we can make adjustments to instruction or schedules as needed. So we won't see exam exemptions for midterms. We may resurrect those exemptions in May. And then a support for our ESSER funding, we want to focus on literacy. And so, as I stated earlier, we are moving into personalized learning through the portfolio system. And to do that with fidelity, we wanted our English classrooms to be as small as possible. And so we are using our ESSER funding first and foremost for our English 1 and English 2 as a seat reduction FTE. And then we're also bringing in a dyslexia teacher who can also help us with gen ed reading, because we also understand that over the last 18 months, we have more students who are coming to us who need additional reading intervention and support. For our SEL supports for our students, on the Tier 1 side, going back to the 80 to 85%, we're training our teachers now. We're using flex period for our SEL lessons, and those are created by our SEL teachers, and our SEL counselors, and we're excited that we were able to add an additional counselor to our staff. And then we're using the we're redesigning our lesson plans to ensure the intentionality of SEL inclusion in our everyday lessons, reviving clubs and organizations, and positive behavior supports and interventions. And then through our school counseling, we have 6 counselors, 2 SEL counselors, 1 communities and schools social worker. We have our student success team, which I spoke to you about, that we are excited about the work that they do with our attendance team. And then we've also been able to designate 2 spaces on campus for therapeutic groups. So now we have all the staffing, now we need the space to actually have kids practice and have a place for level 1 counseling. And so we have 2 spaces for that, 1 for CIS and 1 for our SEL counselors. And then we will continue our partnership with the University of Texas TCHAT program, and then with our several community partners such as Hakata, San Marcos, Greater San Marcos Youth Council, and more. So we can't do all of this and we don't continue to grow and develop our teachers. And so just understanding that our focus is on Tier 1 instruction with a focus on reading, writing, listening, every student, every day. And our teachers have heard that several times over the last week and will continue to do so. And then, of course, with the integration of SEL strategies. The framework that we use, we have 2. It's Wicker and Seidlitz 7 Steps to Language-Rich Interactive Classrooms. And then our monthly instructional meetings. We will also continue to do our administrative instructional rounds where we are in the classrooms several times a day. And I believe it was Mr. Sanders who said we want to trust and then verify. So we trust that our teachers can do a really good job, and we know they can, but we want to verify that that's what's happening in our classrooms. And so then also our instructional coaching. So our instructional coaches have been trained on the coaching cycle, and we can make referrals as administrators. Teachers can self-refer, or if a department chair or anyone says, hey, I think you need to go check on so-and-so, then anyone on our campus is eligible for instructional coaching, and it's a wonderful program to join. And then, of course, all professional development is guided by our instructional rounds data. So that's how we because we're in the classroom so much, that's how we see what's happening campus-wide. And we tailor, just like we personalize learning for our students, we personalize professional development for our teachers based on the data that we collect from our instructional rounds. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. I would like to invite Ms. Lewis from Miller Middle School to the podium.
Good afternoon, President, Board President Cantu, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Cardona. It's a pleasure to be before you tonight, and I would like to share with you the state of Miller Middle School. We'll be reviewing our campus goals, our SEL supports for our students, our campus data results, our ESSER supports, literacy and math supports, as well as our professional development. Our core values at Miller have students at the center, where we'll be focusing on student achievement and well-being. The way we'll get there is through instruction, discipline, and culture, with those being undergirded with innovation, equity, inclusion, and leadership. We've had lots of data to review for our campus, to include our equity survey as well as our STAR data. With that data in mind, we have identified 3 vehicles to help us drive to success. The first being culture, Tier 1 instruction, and discipline. Under culture, we're going to be focusing on using restorative practice strategies in order to build and foster greater relationships with our students and our teachers. We're actually going to be partnering with Region 13 throughout the school year in order to provide the teachers the support that they need in order to help our students. Our goal is to conduct another equity survey for our students, with our goal being to really focus on the SEL indicators and improving those by 50%. In Tier 1 instruction, we'll be focusing on data-driven instruction through professional learning communities with our students. In those meetings, we will be disaggregating data in order to provide better instruction through our blended learning model as well as station rotations. And when it comes to discipline, we're going to again focus on the strategies used during our restorative practice training as well as positive behavior supports. And our goal is to reduce our number of referrals by 75%. We're first going to focus on the social emotional learning for our students, because we believe that if students are not ready to learn, it's going to be difficult for us to reach them. So with the morning meetings, the support that we'll have with our partnership with Region 13, one of the components of that is circles. And circles are to help build a bridge of communication between what's happening at home and the support that students need in the classroom. So within those first 30 minutes of instruction each day, our teachers are encouraged to hold these circles with our students to create a family support, if you will, on campus, to give our students the line of communication to be able to advocate for themselves with the necessary supports that they need in order to be successful. We're also going to rely on our subject matter experts, our SEL counselors, to develop lessons and activities for social emotional learning experiences that our students are currently experiencing, as well as those that come up during the circle time with their teachers. We'll have our social emotional learning counselors develop activities to help them work through some of those supports that they need. Second, we have our Miller support groups. Our teachers are encouraged to identify areas that they personally believe bring them joy, whether it be line dancing or playing the guitar or gardening. We're going to present all of those different areas of teacher interest to our students and find common interests for our students and our teachers so that they'll be able to connect in a way that's different other than just academically. I believe that at Miller, we really need to focus on the culture building and the capacity of building relationship for our students and our faculty, and this is one of the ways that we believe will help us get there. And then for our more capacity building for our students who may need more support with social emotional learning, we'll have our CIS counselor as well as our SEL counselor have lunch bunches for that identified group of students who need more support. At Miller, we're going to, this year, not have a traditional ISS. What we're going to focus on is restore. So with that partnership with Region 13 and the restorative practices approach, they will be working with the administrative staff as well as the traditional ISS teacher to provide more relational and social emotional approaches to anxiety, those broken relationships and tensions that are causing students to be outside of the classroom. Now, we do know that each student will probably need more time to be, different amounts of time to be able to rebuild those relationships to get them back into the classrooms where we want them to be. But we really don't want to focus on a punitive measure. We want to focus on the whole child that's helping them to have strategies that will be long-lasting, not only throughout the school year, but throughout their academic endeavors and through life. So I really do believe that with this approach, we'll help reduce the ISS to prison pipeline with the students that we service on our campus. We're also going to build student advocacy through case management and student-led arts for not only our students who receive special education services, but also our students who receive 504 services. It's great when teachers are able to provide accommodations for students' needs. It's more impactful and more powerful when students know what they need. So we're really going to focus on the student being an advocate for themselves to be able to request the supports that they need in class. Finally, for capacity building, we believe that we're only as strong as we also reach out to our community for families to be able to provide the support that their students need as well. So our parent liaison is going to be having monthly meetings with our families where she'll also be providing social emotional supports for our parents for them to be able to support their children when they come home. Here you see our academic data, and this is Miller versus the state. When we look over to the far right-hand column, I would like to highlight some of our areas of successes there. What you'll see is in 8th grade reading, also 6th grade reading, 7th grade math, and 8th grade science and social studies. Miller was able to outperform the state average on last year's STAR assessment. Kudos to our students and what they were able to do during a time when we know was extremely difficult for everyone, but our students were really able to pull together and do a good job. Now, even though we're superseding in the mastery category, we still know that we have some performance gaps that we need to be able to address. And we're going to do that by focusing on Tier 1 instruction and teaching to mastery for our students, and also building relationships with our students. How are we going to get there? We're going to get there through providing the supports that teachers need through our professional learning communities. And what that looks like is during their 80 to 87 minutes of professional learning time, our teachers are going to be using data sources such as the NWA screener, the MAP scores, and other growth measures in order to really, really hone in on the skills that students need during Tier 1 instruction in order for them to be successful. We're going to be using our adaptive software, our iExcel, Lexia, and Dreambox in order to not only provide instruction during that blended learning and station rotation time, but these softwares also give us a strong conversational piece to be able to use for our students with the progress monitoring component. Also, during our instructional planning piece, we are highly encouraging our teachers to use TEACS resource systems and the McGraw-Hill in order to plan their lessons when they're working with their students. We believe that literacy, math, and technical writing will improve through all of these research-based practices that we'll be working with our students on. One is personalized learning through the Tier 1 instruction, including that individual student feedback and goal setting. During our morning meetings, one of the things that the students will do is use their goal-setting sheets that's provided through the traditionally used in the AVID program, because students need to see where they are and what the expectations are, where they're wanting to go. So we believe that that time really needs to be used to strengthen a student's capacity to understand their own learning. We're encouraging interdisciplinary focuses where we have different contents working together in order to show mastery for students and them being able to demonstrate their needs, having a laser focus on objective assessments, and using our TEA-approved instructional supports like Gateway and Lead Forward in order to, during our personalized learning time, to close the achievement gaps for our students. Again, our ESSER support funds that we also received, we focused on bringing on board an ELA coach as well as a math coach in efforts to decrease class size for our students, and also focusing on small group instruction and co-teach practices within the general education setting. We've told you the what, now I'm going to tell you the how. We really need to focus on putting more instructional tools into our teachers' toolboxes, and here are some of the tools that we are focusing on giving to our students. Restorative practices, team building focused on culture. Last week, one of the things that we did was brought in the Drum Cafe. It was one of the most exciting things that teachers said that they've done in a really long time. And there, what they were able to take away was the need to be on one page. At Miller, we want to make sure that if you ask one person, you should not ask someone else and get a different response. So the goal is to march to the same rhythm every day. So we want to extend this team building and focus on culture from not only our students, from not only our teachers, but to our students. So we're going to be bringing them back in once again so that it's a uniform approach to team building for both our teachers as well as our students. In the spirit of transparency, our teachers have been able to tell us that they are really, really wanting more guidance on PLC practices and how to really make them insightful for our students and their overall planning. So we have created a PLC playbook that our teachers will be able to utilize during their PLC time. We're definitely focused on AVID strategies because our goal is to get where Goodnight is and be a national demonstration school quickly. We're also going to focus on that blended learning, because blended learning is taking everything that we were able to capitalize on during our virtual instruction and bring that together with good, solid instruction that we know works every day. And both of those are going to work by being driven by data. So one of the book studies that I have for our leadership team is driven by data, so that when we are visiting our PLC meetings, they are resources and not just those who are participating within the PLC. For our teachers, we also want to ensure that they are also subject matter experts on campus. And so we have our teachers also leading professional developments in the following areas. We have our blended learning and station rotation teachers who will be leading that particular professional development, our data-driven instruction that will be led by our admin team, differentiation, total participation techniques, narrowing the achievement gaps with RTI and MTSS will be led by our teachers as well. We did have Dr. Zelaya in earlier. Miller does have 8 teachers who are going to be partnering with him and really focusing on the supports that he is focusing on for our English language learners, our teacher clarity playbook, and then getting back to the fundamentals of teaching with the Fundamental 5 professional development. At Miller, our overall theme is getting back to the quote from this guy, Doris Miller, going above and beyond the call of duty. Thank you so much for your time.
We'll begin with some questions, and then we'll take a break.
Thank you.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all the principals for presenting this. I just had a couple of follow-up points. First, Mr. Mazzini, you said inclusion and reverse inclusion, and I'm not sure I understand what that means.
So reverse inclusion is taking kids out of the gen ed class and bringing them into our ACL classrooms and having them do read alouds or buddy reading. It gives them an opportunity to model in those ACL settings. So that's why we're calling it reverse inclusion.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, how many special ed students are we educating at Travis?
I'm sorry?
Percentage. What's the percentage of students who qualify for special education services at Travis?
We're at about 15%, I want to say.
Okay. And how does that compare to the other elementary school campuses?
I think we're pretty high.
And then my last question for you is, you mentioned using writing across the curriculum, and I'm wondering under what program we're doing that, because my experience with writing across the curriculum has been both as a student and a parent, and it's generally an approach that I'm highly in favor of, but I think it can be very effective and very not effective. And it's really dependent on sort of how it's implemented and what instruction the instructors are getting in it.
So we did it in 2019, right after we got our IR status. We implemented it and had marginal success. But what brought it back was this re-energized feeling about AVID and implementing these wicker strategies. So when we met with our specials team, they talked about how powerful it was when they would take the last 5 to 10 minutes of class and do a journal entry for what they were learning about in PE. Our PE coach actually in our AVID training on the 10th shared a really nice tribute of what one of his kids wrote to the whole staff, and just gave them that example of content writing. Like it doesn't have to be hard. And what we want to do is just foster that sense of writing and being able to take a prompt and have 5 minutes and do a quick write. And so I think we don't want it to fall off, and I think that's what it did in 2019. We need to be consistent K-5, and we have to build a system for kids taking their journals. I think that was our fault in 2019. Kids were taking their journals from class to PE. And now we're looking at building a system where the journals stay within the content areas, and so that kids can access their journal right there.
I think that's fine, but I think there's this idea in some writing instruction that any writing is okay, right? That if you just sit down and you just write something, it doesn't matter whether it's correctly punctuated, it doesn't matter whether the grammar is correct, it doesn't matter whether it actually answers the question that was asked by the prompt, right? It's just any writing is good. Like there is that philosophy. Mm-hmm. I disagree with that philosophy, and I think that the studies and information that I've seen over time show that is really less effective than a more definitive and defined and intentional instruction. And I think it's also that sort of any writing is fine writing is what tends to make programs that are writing across the curriculum sort of wane by the end of the school year. Mm-hmm. It's that they don't sustain themselves momentum wise, because after a while, if you're just writing something, that becomes uninteresting to everybody involved.
Absolutely.
So my point would be that I think that it's a great idea, and also the idea that we need to make it so that writing isn't hard. Writing doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't have to be a struggle. We can demystify it in that way. But I think that the way to do that is by giving the support to the teachers, so that we don't just expect that the gym teacher can just, gym teachers also been culturalized to believe that writing is hard, right? So even though the gym teacher wants to project the idea that writing isn't hard, they still need sort of the groundwork and the fundamentals and the bricks to be able to do it, to feel successful about the way in which they're modeling it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think writing is something that just people get hung up on. Many people, even writers, get hung up on writing, right? Like, so it's not, I'm not picking on gym teachers. But you see what I'm saying? So if I would feel much better about this if I knew like what the methodology was that you were using to support the instructors about it. Just, I'd feel more comfortable about it because I feel like it would be more successful if that was done. And I mean this for not just your campus, but for any campus that is doing this across the board.
And
that
I
make
think
sense?
that's, we have this dedicated time to meet with teachers, and those discussions will come up in that planning process when we meet as a content specialist team, how we're being intentional with those writing strategies. I couldn't agree with you more. I think we also do have to give kids those opportunities to write, just as we do for independent reading. Kids are independently reading, we want all day, right? They have opportunities to pick up a book and read. We want to create that for writing too. We're less intentional about it. So I think that's one of the things we want to create is this opportunity for kids to be able to put, you know what, I was just thinking about that. I'm gonna jot this down, because there's different forms of writing, right? And I think that's what we're trying to create. So it's not this fear of okay, now I got to sit down and write. We want to give them opportunities, but I hear you about the intentionality and a structure, so we know we're not just saying, hey, here's a prompt, go write.
Right, and I certainly don't mean that like anytime a child writes needs to be graded in that way, right? Like I'm not
Right.
going to that extreme. I'm just saying
Right.
that I think that both the students and the teachers need to have some
Supports.
structural building blocks, and some students will quickly surpass that and they won't need those blocks anymore, right? But many students do need them, so.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then my other,
Is it yours for?
No, go ahead.
Rossini? Thank you for this.
Yes.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll be keeping it in my board book.
Yeah, I think my teachers would probably appreciate that too, with all the acronyms we have.
Acronyms are useless for the people who aren't in your industry, so thank you very much. I know
You're
that as a
welcome.
scientist, right? So, thank you.
Anyone else? We're done with it.
I just had two more questions.
Okay.
Yeah, one was for Ms. Presley. You mentioned that that this year we wouldn't be giving any midterm exam exemptions. And so my question is, why have we done that in the past, and for whom and under what auspices?
So I've experienced one semester of midterms. It was already in play. I can speak on what I have historically known about about exam exemptions, and typically it's to reward students who are, who take care of business in the classroom, who have good attendance, who have minimal or no discipline referrals. So it's part of a reward system that we offer to
Okay,
students.
that's what I wanted to know.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have a question regarding midterm exams as well. You said the exemptions may be reinstated in May. So is that to reinstitute those for the following school year, or would you?
No, ma'am, that would be for the end of the school year. So, so we have our midterms in January this year, and then we'll have our final exams at the end of the year. So that may be something that we consider for the second semester, because that collective data will come through our end of course exams and AP exams, et cetera.
Okay, but those classes where an EOC is required, of course, that would still take place in May.
The EOCs are required, and we won't necessarily have a final exam in addition to the EOC at the end of the school year.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to.
Oh, I do have one more question.
I have one more question.
For Ms. Presley. Are you the principal of Button Academy in Phoenix as well as the high school?
Yes, ma'am. It's all encompassed under the San Marcos High School umbrella.
Thank you.
Halsey?
My last question is for Mr. Sanders. So it was mentioned several times tonight, the idea of blended learning. It really seems to be the comprehensive sort of instructional approach that we're taking this year. And I don't think that I understand what that means. I don't understand the definition of it, nor do I understand as a parent what it'll look like, or what my student should expect that it looks like. Because it means, when I hear blended learning, it means something that I think is probably very outdated.
Blended learning, if you look it up online, will be a blend of online instruction as well as in-person instruction. However, here at San Marcos Consolidated, we want to ensure that it's blending learning modalities, so ensuring that students are exposed to self-directed learning, right, which also drives SEL, collaborative learning, and we're doing that through a station rotation model. So it's really focused on personalized learning. So personalized learning for students is ensuring that we're meeting the students' needs and their interests, and we're doing that through a blended learning station rotation model. Does that answer your question?
Well, I understand what station rotation means in a preschool classroom. I don't understand what it means in an 8th grade classroom.
It's the exact same concept. It's being able to take real-time data and pull small groups of students to target whatever their needs are, while other students are focused on collaborative assignments or self-directed assignments.
And so that those small stations would then be identified and assigned via a computer program?
Not necessarily. The groupings are assigned by the teacher depending on what the student's needs are. The computer program are the adaptive softwares that multiple principals have talked about. So Lexia, Dreambox, filling skill gaps in math or reading or whatever that platform is. Or it could be utilizing Canvas LMS so that students can do some self-directed learning on their own that's really built by the teacher, but really driving student autonomy and student agency.
Okay, so I think that I saw my students have lots of successes with Google Classrooms in a variety of capacities, and I'm very pro ed tech learning, but my kids did not miss technology last year, right? Like, they did not miss technology, they missed it, they missed face-to-face interactions with their peers and their teacher. So I want to make sure that we're not saying blended learning and meaning that then during a 60-minute 8th grade math period, the student will spend 30 minutes on no. Okay.
That is not what we're saying.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Can I add one thing to that? So typically when we think about stations, especially at the elementary level, I'm sure we've all been in classrooms at some point where we saw kids rotating and they basically were completing the same activity. That's one of the things that we want to move away from with our station model, is we want our teachers to look at the data that they're able to obtain from different assessments and be able to design specific lessons for our students. So through the use of the computer adaptive programs that we do have, such as Dreambox IXL, there is a capability for teachers to be able to target the specific standards or TEKs that students are not performing well in. It does require on the teacher's part, of course, that intentional planning, but it is something that we are going to emphasize this year so that our kids are getting a strategic plan of action to support the areas where they may not be performing as well as up here. We do not want to go in classrooms and see all of our students, for example, on IXL, and they're all completing the same task, because we know our students have different strengths as well as different areas where we want to see improvement. So that will also be a part of our plan when we're thinking about personalized learning in our station model.
Right, I think that's great in terms of using it for reinforcement and for practice and for determining assessment, et cetera. It's just I'm concerned about the instruction, because I know, I watched my students try to learn from various Google videos, and it was way less effective for them than when they had the teacher explaining it to them, even if the teacher's at the front of the classroom, but the teacher also coming around to their desk and explaining. Like, it's just a different, we all know, right? This is why we're in the place that we're at, and so that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to call for a break, 9:04. And when do we come back? 10 minutes.
stadium.
Ready to reconvene at 9:16. We went over the 10 minutes. We're ready for approval of the consent agenda items.
And two, we'll go ahead and make a motion to approve consent agenda items as presented.
A, B, C, and D.
All consent agenda items, yes, Ms. Cantu?
Do I hear a second?
I second that.
Dr. Sami Dr. Sami seconded. Questions or discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. 7, opposed 0. Items for action. Consider endorsement of candidate to the TASB Board of Directors.
Ms. Cantu?
Yes, Ms. Viapando?
Well, we have quite a few names here to consider, and I'm sure that you went through them. I would like to consider the name of Brian Hollaback. He's from the Thrall ISD. He completed his leadership TASB training this past year during the pandemic. So I don't know exactly how that went. I would love to find out. For those of you who are new, Leadership TASB is a program provided by TASB, and they select, there's a group of trainers that select board members that apply to go through the training. The training takes a whole year to complete, and after that, after the training, you get to be a master trustee. And so there's a lot of training that goes on during that time. They meet 4 times during that year, but it's intensive, and I've been through it, so I know. But anyway, that's why I'm recommending this young man, because he's been through the training. So he, in the past year, I'm sure, learned a lot about school boards and school districts that they probably had to visit. And so that's why I would recommend that we,
So that's your motion?
do we need
You're
to?
making the motion to endorse him.
Can you repeat the
Okay,
name?
whatever
She's recommending Brian Hollaback, and I second her motion because he's in his 4th term at Thrall as a board member. He's current president. He was on his superintendent selection committee. He's also an Aggie. I won't say it too loud because there's people that are not Aggie supporters, but
Hold it against him.
he's 4th term on the school board and the current president. So I want to second that motion to endorse Brian Hollaback from Thrall ISD as our person that we're going to give our vote to. Do I have, are y'all have any questions or anything?
Region 12, do we
Well,
not?
we're
We
not
only,
in
we
Region
only
12.
vote on ours.
Okay.
We only
I
vote
was
on
wondering
our
why they
region.
were listed then.
Okay, I don't know, they probably came out of the same page, but the other Region 13 position is a gentleman by the name of Yasmin Wagner, and he's from Austin ISD. He's a board member, but he doesn't need our endorsement.
He doesn't have
He's
any-
automatically, just by the vote of his board members. It's explained right there in the little explanation. He doesn't need our vote. These other, whoever gets a majority of districts endorsing them will get to be the nominee.
Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of endorsing Brian Hollaback from Thrall ISD, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you opposed?
I'm abstaining.
Abstaining. So we have 6, 4, and 1 abstention. We can move on to the next one, next item. Consider approval of TASB delegate and alternate TASB delegate. I would like to nominate Margie Villalpando to be our delegate for TASB.
I second that.
Second from Ms. Halsey.
Well, I'd like to nominate our president, Clem Cantu, as the alternate, and that's it.
Moved in, motion made by Ms. Villalpando that Ms. Cantu be the alternate, seconded by Mr. Arredondo. We'll take them both together. All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you abstaining? Are you voting?
I got lost, I was
Okay.
right.
7, none opposed. Okay, discussion and possible action regarding the formation of a Citizens Advisory Commission on single-member redistricting. Yes.
I would just like to thank my colleagues on the board for, I would just like to thank my colleagues on the board for entertaining this conversation over the past several months as we discuss our ISD single-member redistricting process due to the release of the decennial census data for the year 2020. After conversations that occurred here on the dais, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that the school board appoint a Citizens Advisory Council for the purposes of single-member district redistricting, and that each board member appoints a representative to either represent a single-member district or the district at large for the purposes of redistricting. So it'd be a 7-member committee.
Yes.
I second.
Moved by Mr. Arredondo that we approve a formation of a Citizens Advisory Commission on single-member redistricting, seconded by Ms. Halsey. All in, any
Well, wait.
discussion?
I
Okay.
have a question.
Yes.
I'd like to know, Mr. Arredondo, what kind of timeline you're thinking about, because I know the last time when we talked to our person who's going to do the redistricting, he was concerned about how little time we have to get this done.
I really appreciate you asking, Trustee Villalpando. So for the purposes of this conversation, and I wanted to flesh this out with my colleagues, my hope or my expectation is that trustees would appoint their representative by September 1st. So whether that's by email or phone call, we would all communicate that with President Cantu. And then it's at that point that those 7 members are then seated, and we reach out to Mr. Rios, and they are essentially directed to bring a redistricting plan back to us in time for the upcoming May 2022 District 4 and 5 single-member district election. So the expectation would be they are impaneled on September 1st by that deadline, and that they then immediately contact Mr. Rios, and we say, you know, what's the date that we need to call the election? What's the date that the maps need to be approved by this governing body? And so essentially that would be their timeline, right? I know when Mr. Rios came here, it's my understanding, and even going back and watching the tape, that there was no definitive deadlines even given by Mr. Rios. It was just, we need to do it sooner rather than later, and that there's some deadlines associated with that. So I'm hoping once this committee is impaneled, then Mr. Rios, who we've hired to manage the redistricting process, will then build that timeline that he needs to get it to the board by the time we need to call the May single-member district elections for District 4 and 5, right? So
I thought you did say there was a certain deadline.
That's so many days. It was like 100 and something days. from the
150
time-
days? Was it 150
Yeah,
days?
150 from the time the census data is released until it's finalized.
Right.
But it hadn't been released at that point, so I'm still
But they're
not sure that
expecting
we
it to be
know
released,
the-
I think, today or tomorrow.
well, and
Anyway, within the-
and the conversation is, not only does it have to be enacted by that 150 days, but we have the requirements of posting and calling for an election. So like there's dates already that are in existence that Mr. Rios, who gets paid a bunch of money from the ISD, should be able to navigate as a redistricting attorney. So I'm hoping that the 7-member panel that we appoint can then work with Mr. Rios and ISD staff to get it to us on an agenda to approve in time to meet all of those statutory requirements, right? So obviously, like, the one goal and the objective of this group is to bring us a plan in time for us to meet all of those statutory deadlines. And I'm assuming that the attorney that we've hired, who specializes in redistricting, so they would know the dates and the times and all of the things that I think there might be a concern that might not be met if we impanel a committee. Well, I'm hoping that the attorney that we've hired will be prudent about making sure that those deadlines are met and that we're in compliance with all redistricting requirements, right? So,
You still have a question?
I also want to make it very clear to the committee that they're an advisory committee.
Absolutely.
I didn't hear what you said.
She wants to make it clear to the committee that they're just an advisory committee.
Okay. Okay.
so yes, and just, I guess, for the purposes of this discussion, they will meet, they will redraw the lines, and they will bring a recommendation to the board, but it's at that time that the board can decide to accept their recommendation or
Modify it or
redraw the
whatever.
lines up here, which again is, I think, the whole intent of having the committee, is so that we don't do that, right? That I'm not saying I want this neighborhood in my single-member district and I want these voters to vote for me or vote against me. So again, I hope that the 7 members that we appoint, we let them do what they have to do and that we don't start moving stuff around up here. But hey, I guess we'll see what happens in a few months.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor?
The last caveat I have, sorry, before we vote, is obviously personally, September 1st deadline or expectation. If for whatever reason, some trustee cannot appoint someone in that time, I would yield authority to Ms. Cantu to impanel any vacancies to fill it, right? So I don't want, if someone says, oh, well, you know, it's September 1 and we don't have somebody, or Miguel hasn't appointed anyone, then if at that time, if you're a trustee and you haven't found someone, I'd be comfortable with Ms. Cantu impaneling. I'm hoping we can all find someone, right? Like, we should know somebody who would serve on this thing, but if you can't, then rather than coming back to us in September and we talking about it and rehashing this whole conversation, I'm comfortable with Ms. Cantu having the authority as president to appoint any vacancies to the 7-member committee.
Ms. Mejia?
So last time that this item was on the agenda, we had a discussion about making this public on our website and possibly even sending out emails. Is that still an option? Or do we
This
not want
isn't
to
an
go?
administrative issue, so
Okay.
this will be run by Ms. Cantu.
I would hope that the committee, once it's impaneled, would then make it an inclusive process, right? With the expectation that they hold virtual or in-person public hearings and they send out whatever that might be, right?
I think
Again,
adding that
we're
step to the
deferring
process
to
would make it
the
more-
panel to create an inclusive process. So I hope that the appointees that we appoint will have that in mind, right? And that's the conversations I've had with people, is community engagement, getting, you know, citizen feedback, all the things. And I think my colleagues share that sentiment as well. So I think anything is possible because it's a citizen-driven committee, right? And they're working with the attorney that we have already paid, so he better say yes.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 4. 0 opposed.
Thank you.
D, 10D, consider adoption of resolution regarding Lloyd Doggett. Everyone read the resolution that's on there? Hear a motion?
I move that we accept the resolution of the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District Board in recognition and appreciation of Congressman Lloyd Doggett.
I second.
Was that you?
That was me.
Ms. Mejia? Okay. On the adoption of resolution regarding Lloyd Doggett, the motion made by Ms. Halsey and seconded by Ms. Mejia. Any discussion or questions? Yes.
This is a nice resolution. I have concerns that we're just singling out one congressperson for doing all these things when I know it was a group that helped us secure this information. And I don't look forward to this board becoming political. So I will not be voting for this information.
Ms. Cantu?
Yes.
As the board member who brought this forward, I just wanted to clarify that it was Congressman Doggett and Congressman Doggett's office that really worked to ensure that the second and third rounds of ESSER funds included mechanisms by which the governor could not abscond with the money that the federal government had directed directly for school districts, as he did with the first round of ESSER funds. And if there were other Congress people in our region who were involved in that, I'm completely unaware of it because none of them have reached out and informed us about that, as I've gotten many updates from other congressional offices that affect our SMCISD, but none of them pertaining to the ESSER funds, and none specifically about the mechanisms put in place to ensure that those funds that were voted on by the U.S. Congress to go to school districts to help us recover from the effects of the pandemic actually reached our students and did not end up in the coffers of the state government. So,
Further questions or comments? All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed?
I'll be
Abstain?
abstaining, yes.
You're abstaining, okay. 6 with 1 abstention. 10E, consider approval of the 2021-2022 Student Code of Conduct.
Good evening, President Cantu, Superintendent Dr. Cardona, and Board of Trustees. My name is Rose Pearson, and I'm the Director of Pupil Personnel and Student Support Services. So updates to the Student Code of Conduct to address COVID-19 have been included in the 2021-22 SMCISD Code of Conduct. Further updates and additions to the previous year's district document are minimal. Some of the additions include high-level COVID-19 safety guidelines that address the expectations for the SMCISD learning environments. Additional detail is going to be provided in our student handbook. I'm going to outline some of the things that we added to the Student Code of Conduct. There was a one-pager executive summary in your board book, but there has been a couple of changes just based off the special called board meeting from last Thursday evening. So the first one is the school district authority and jurisdiction for any school-related misconduct regardless of time or location. We added the language that during a school or district closure required by state, federal, or local action that has caused the district to modify instruction to a virtual learning environment, and when the student is participating or was scheduled to participate in said virtual learning environment. And then under safety transgressions, we added the language refuse to cooperate in or fail to follow health, safety, or social distancing guidelines, such as hand washing, failure to report illness, especially an infectious or contagious disease, for example, COVID-19, disinfecting or cleaning their work areas, sanitizing equipment, etc. Refuse to wear face masks or abide by any district-adopted board resolution, including a board resolution mandating the use of face masks in district facilities and buses adopted on August 12, 2021, that requires that students wear a face mask in district facilities and district school buses or abide by any other safety measures pertaining to COVID-19. There will be no tolerance for students who tease, taunt, or bully an individual for wearing a face covering in accordance with our face mandate. Violations could result in disciplinary action, including DAP placement. School IDs are to be worn at all times while on campus. The QR code that's found on our school IDs will be used for contactless accounting of students during meal distributions and also boarding a school bus. In addition, IDs will be used to recognize students on campus for further safety measures. Failure to wear student IDs can also result in disciplinary action. Students should not intentionally sneeze, cough, spit, or on any other person if they are making an attempt to spread COVID-19. Violations could lead to disciplinary action, including DAP placement. The third outlined is the legislative bills from the 87th legislative session that affect the Student Code of Conduct. House Bill 375 amends the offense of continuous sexual abuse of a young child or children under Texas Penal Code 21.02 to include continuous sexual abuse of a disabled individual and amends the name of the offense to reflect the change. House Bill 785 amends Chapter 37 with respect to disciplinary placements, restraint procedures, and behavior intervention or improvement plans for students with disabilities. While revisions to the text of the Code of Conduct were not necessary as a change of this law, editorial notes regarding the bill have been updated in the section Discipline Management Techniques, Students with Disabilities. House Bill 957 removes a firearm silencer from the list of prohibited weapons in the Texas Penal Code 46.05. The bill also repeals the definition of a firearm silencer from Chapter 46 of the Texas Penal Code and adds a chapter to the Texas Government Code regarding firearm suppressor regulation. Senate Bill 248 expands the definition of e-cigarette under Texas Health and Safety Code 161.081 to include a consumable liquid solution or other material, aerosolized or vaporized, during the use of an e-cigarette or other device as defined by law. Senate Bill 530 expands the offense of harassment under Texas Penal Code 42.07 to include publishing on a website, including a social media platform, repeated electronic communications that are reasonably likely to cause emotional distress, abuse, or tolerance to another person, unless the communications are made in connection with a matter of public concern as defined by law. And then Senate Bill 768 creates a new penalty group under the Texas Controlled Substance Act for fentanyl and related substances. This is not an exclusive list of all legislative bills passed, but those that were updated in our Student Code of Conduct. And then you'll see in your booklet, you did get a copy of it, you have a copy of also the standards of our Student Code of Conduct. Each student is expected to demonstrate courtesy even when others do not, behave in a responsible manner, exercise self-discipline, attend all classes regularly and on time, bring appropriate materials and assignments to class, meet district and campus standards of grooming and dress, obey all campus and classroom rules, respect the rights and privileges of students, teachers, and other district staff and volunteers, respect the property of others, including district property and facilities, cooperate with and assist the school staff in maintaining safety, order, and discipline, and adhere to the requirements of the Student Code of Conduct. SMCISD is committed to support our students on expected behaviors on campus and off campus through direct lessons, including our SEL practices and restorative practices, as many of our principals outlined this evening. We will intervene with tiered strategies as needed, including working with our SEL counselors, our academic counselors, administration, and outside agencies. San Marcos' administration is committed to working with our families and our students to determine the root of any misbehavior and put steps in place to support the success of each student. That's our presentation for the updates on our Student Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Questions, comments?
Thank you.
Ms. Hanson?
I was in support of the way it was presented in our board book, but with the changes you mentioned concerning face mask requirement and possible punishment, I'm not in support of this.
Anyone else? Mr. Arredondo?
I'm just ready to make a motion to approve the changes.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Cantu, I make a motion that we approve the changes to the Student Code of Conduct as presented.
I second that motion.
We have a motion to approve the Student Code of Conduct from Mr. Arredondo, a second from Dr. Salmi. Any further questions or discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we have a vote against or abstention?
Opposed?
Opposed, 1. Okay, 6-1. Consider approval of the grading guidelines. And can I ask if you make any changes that you refer to the page so it's easier to follow you?
I will try.
Okay.
I have it with me.
We appreciate it.
Okay. Good evening, board members, Board President Cantu, Dr. Cardona. I'm Debbie Smith, Director of Advanced Academics in Early College High School. And I want to go over some of the highlight changes that we made to secondary grade lines. I was tasked with facilitating a conversation with a group of individuals that helped come to these changes. So with the student-centered focus and looking at our commitment, our core commitments for the district, we assembled a group to make sure that we were well represented. We had program people here, we had bilingual, special ed, fine arts. We tried to assemble a broad group of people to contribute comments. The process, we had 6 meetings that took place that were scheduled, and we offered multiple formats to try and increase participation because the process didn't start until May. So we had a Google Doc that was a shared Google Doc that people could comment on and review the document and ask questions, and we were able to meet in person and clarify some of the comments, but when that didn't happen, we still had plenty of comments from everyone to make sure everyone was well represented. We had a couple of rounds where we did that. We offered it to our DEIC members to get feedback from them, and then we ended up with a final copy after the compilation of all of that. So the first one is on page 3, turned right to it. So it's under Special Programs, Roman numeral 2B, and it's just an update in language. Previous language had been English language learners, but in 2019, the federal language turned to English learners. And in the last legislative session, Texas, in Senate Bill 2066, uses emergent or emerging bilingual. So we've just updated the language there. Then the very same page, under C, it had special education, but we added 504 and RTI to make sure those were also included. And number 7, to point out that the accommodations must be followed for all Section 504 and RTI students as well. So transferring grades is under 4. We're actually going to look at page 6. Maybe ahead of myself, hang on. Nope, it's actually on page 4. This part is on page 4, I apologize. So transferring between levels of the same course. So the language had said that it was in the best interest of the student and the responsibility of the campus administration. The people that contributed to this really felt strongly that it was important that teachers have a voice when this happens, and it's not happened without teacher knowledge, because it really prevents an issue where if a student maybe is not doing well at that time and hasn't conveyed to the teacher that they've just kind of lost all hope, the teacher doesn't have an opportunity to help them get their grade up. So if the decision is in the best interest of the student to transfer from maybe an AP course to a regular course, the teacher wouldn't have an opportunity to help them get the grade up. And then this grade that is too low goes with them, and the student ends up having to dig themselves out of a hole. And you know, everyone is trying to help the student, but this would just help avoid that happening. So then the next part is on page 6. So the conversion scale for dual credit had been changed previously so that A equaled 100, B equaled, I think, 85, everything else was the same. And we changed it back to the 95 for an A so that it was aligning with out-of-state transfers, so because we had 2 different scale scores in there. And the other rationale was that, pardon me, I didn't take my allergy medicine. The other rationale was that we didn't want 2 programs competing with each other, dual credit and AP. And if we had A equal 100 for dual credit, then if that same student sitting in an AP course and makes a 90, they get the 90, but if a dual credit person has a 90, they're going to get 100. And the 95 just kind of splits the difference. I've actually reached out to both of our dual credit partners to see if they would share numerical grades with us, and they give letter grades. So that wasn't an option, but we did search for that option. So that's why this was reverted back. And then formative assignments, this is on page 9. And it was formerly homework. Well, homework doesn't really encapsulate everything that teachers do for grades. So they felt very strongly about calling this formative assignments, and then they defined it further by saying A and B, classwork assignments and daily grades, and homework is a part of those formative assignments. But then we wanted to make a note so that parents and others would understand what homework includes as far as assignments, and that the teacher expects homework to be completed outside of class, whereas classwork are assignments the teacher expects to be able to be finished in class if enough of the right resources are given. And then it goes on to say that daily grades could include classwork, but it also may represent things like quizzes and other things like that as well. So then on the the next page, page 10, number 4. So we wanted to kind of further define a little bit more about homework, what it could include, studying and just preparing for a test. It may not be actual work, but we wanted to make sure people understood that homework is not unfinished classwork. Unfinished classwork, it's not considered homework as long as adequate time and resources were provided. You know, if a child decides that they want to do something other than the homework, it's not really homework at that point. And teachers also felt very strongly about making sure that the accommodations piece was taken into account. So if you have classwork that's assigned and you don't remember that some kids get extra time as an accommodation and don't plan for that, we want to make sure those kids aren't getting penalized. And just saying everyone has extra time doesn't really meet that requirement for accommodations, because you're no longer leveling the playing field if everyone gets the same thing. So those were the highlights of our changes. Yes, ma'am.
So if they get the extra time, which that's important for the students who have special reading or, math problems or difficulties, when would that extra time be available?
Well, I think that the teacher is going to have to be very thoughtful about how they plan that. So it could be, we're trying to go to station rotation and stuff. It could be in one of those stations the next day. The teacher's going to just have to plan for that extra time, because it's going to have to be a consideration that's made.
So it's not just take this home for homework.
Then it's not classwork anymore. So, and that no longer is accommodating the student.
Right, that was my main question is it on homework or is it?
Yeah, the teacher will have, and principals will have to work with teachers to be creative about what that looks like, but we do want to make sure we're leveling the playing field and providing accommodations the way they were intended. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Could you go back to the point you were making about dual credit classes and AP classes, and just help me understand better? So I understood that you said dual credit instructors will continue to give letter grades.
They actually they come up with a numeric grade, but the college will only send us letter grades.
But the instructors will give a numeric grade?
They can't without the college releasing that.
Okay, so then if they get an A, it'll be a 95.
Correct.
But then what will our AP kids be getting if they get an A?
They get the numeric grade they earn.
So their instructors at the high school will be assigning numeric grades.
And the good news is we do have more of our own instructors teaching dual credit now. We are working towards making that change as quickly as we can find instructors that can get hired and qualified. So those kids can get a numeric grade. We don't have to convert.
Okay, but we're going to make sure that all of our instructors...
For now, we have to convert them all for equity.
Okay.
But our goal is moving towards where we can give them numeric grades because our own teachers are teaching.
But if it's our teachers that are teaching, we still don't have to take the grade from the college?
They work for the college. Even though they're employees of us, they have to follow that grading system. They use Blackboard, their whole system.
But I don't understand how them being our employee would allow us to use the numeric.
I'm not sure the university would allow that to happen. I'm happy to pursue that, but I
thought that's what you're saying would happen if they were our employee.
Well, our goal is for that to happen later, but I'm not sure it can happen now.
Oh, okay, I got it. But we'll make sure that all of our instructors currently understand that, especially for AP students, that this is the way that it works, right?
Right,
Okay.
right. And I'm sorry if I misspoke earlier.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Thank you. Super confusing.
Any other questions?
I move that we approve the grading guidelines as presented.
I second.
Ms. Hanson moves that we approve the grading guidelines as presented. It's seconded by Ms. Mejia. Further discussion or questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. Thank you, ma'am. 10G, consider approval of interlocal agreement between San Marcos CISD and the City of San Marcos, acting by and through the San Marcos Police Department for school resource officers.
I move that we approve the agreement as presented.
I'll second.
Ms. Hanson moves that we approve the agreement as presented, seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Questions or comments?
Ms. Cantu.
Yes, Mr. Arredondo.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I just had a question. I believe it might be for Dr. Barton, just for procedural questions. So historically, it's come to us as a MOU or an interlocal agreement with the city, and then it comes back to us subsequently as a contract. Is that how it's worked in the past? It's been like a two-step process?
I did not get the beginning of your question. Historically, the first step was what?
Like the agreement with the city is
MOU.
voted on, and then it comes back to us as a contract, or is this it, or how does that work?
This is it. So the city and the district have negotiated on the contract back and forth through the police department. The signature is from our attorney saying that everything in there is appropriate, and then our board approves it, and then it goes to the city for approval. But you should only see this one time.
Historically, has it always been brought to us just as an interlocal agreement and the contract never before?
I can't speak to never. This is my second time with this one.
So okay. And so I guess like that's my confusion is, so like this time around, we've only seen the interlocal agreement, but not the contract, that's already been negotiated with staff, and it's just somewhere?
Just the contract for who's going to pay what portion? I'm not sure what contract you're referring to.
Yes, the contract with the city for the school resource office.
Yes, this says who will pay for, or what we will reimburse, just the amount of money?
Okay, I'm sorry, and I apologize for not being clear.
Okay.
It was just, historically, it's my understanding, and my colleagues might correct me if I'm wrong, was that we saw like a SRO contract, like I think with
I think we
conversations with
requested it
Dr.
last time.
Because I
we
think with Dr.
requested it.
Cardona, I asked, like, can I see the SRO contract? And it wasn't the interlocal agreement, it was an actual contract. And so I'm just curious if that's not taking place this time, why, or why the changes have been made.
I may have to be wrong on this one if we do bring you something in the future, but at this time, it is not our intention to bring you anything more than this MOU, which outlines the arrangement between the two of us. If you were to ask for any supplemental documents, we would produce them for you, of course. But I don't
Okay,
believe
no.
we're bringing you anything else.
Well, and the reason why I just asked that is my knowledge that this was always like a two-step process, and my question was gonna be, when do we anticipate that SRO contract coming back to us for approval? Because we had approved it historically. So I guess if you can find out that information, if there is a contract, if we've historically voted on a contract, when we would see that again.
I will research that and get back to you.
I think we had questions on it last time, and that's why they provided it for us.
Yeah, I think before and.
But this is the agreement signed by the superintendent and the city manager.
Yes.
Are we ready for
I
the vote?
did, so just, I did find one from 2019, from Miss Karen Griffith, and it's School Resource Officer Program Interlocal Agreement between. So it's the same thing, but it's, the subject line is contract. So I don't know if there's confusion, but we'll check and, just to make sure.
Okay, awesome.
May have just been the way it was presented. Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, so previously, and what I thought we were seeing and approving was what I thought was a contract. It had the length of term that the officers were contracted for at 2 years, as negotiated by their association or union representation. And I don't see that in here, but presumably it's the same.
No, ma'am, this MOU is for 1 year.
For 1 year with the city, but the officers actually who are hired under the program have 2-year contracts.
with the city. They work for the city. The agreement between the school district and the city for the SRO program is just for the 1 year, and you approve it annually.
Right, and so previously we'd seen whatever contract they had, and that had shown the 2-year term, because, you know, the 2-year contract is longer contract than our teachers have. But my question is, where is it identified what the restorative processes will be, how those will be engaged here?
They're not, because they're not involved in those.
It says,
So they stay out of the restorative circles and practices.
I thought it said, made some inference to that here. Let me see, sorry.
I think what you might be referring to is, in terms of contract, is the San Marcos Police Officers Association contract.
Well, it's something that came before us that gave those. Anyway, but that's not what my question is about. Okay, but you're saying that they're not going to be participating in the restorative processes at any of the campuses?
They don't, because we're trying to remove the prison to pipeline system, so we're trying to incorporate more of our counselors into it. Now, they will be involved if it's an offense that's a violation of the law or Title V felony or something like that, but as far as like what we would consider the daily, the 21 codes, the persistent, like, no, they will not. We're trying to remove them from, now we want them mentoring children and we want them talking to children, but this is an administrative counseling teacher move.
Okay, and then my other question was, you had mentioned at a previous meeting that that while we contract with the city and the SROs for a 12-year contract, or 12-month contract, that the SROs do not work for the district during the summer. Could you clarify that for me, please?
So they have the opportunity to accrue comp time that they can then, you know, take off in the summertime, but they also, a lot of them go back on patrol. So they basically end when the teachers end, and then how that summer is spent is depending on whether they accrued any time during the year, working special events, getting permission to do that, or they go right back to patrol.
Okay, thank you.
Does that kind of make?
Yep, that makes sense.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I had a question. So well, first, let me say, so I've looked back at several emails, and I should have done this before tonight. I apologize. But I guess in like conversations or when Georgianne or staff have sent it to us, they've sent it and said attached is the SRO contract. And I think in like a lot of verbiage and conversation, it's been called a contract. But then as I've looked at the past 3 years, it is the interlocal agreement. So I apologize for that, Dr. Barton. But now on to my question. So I'm familiar with like the School Safety Center, which we're all a partner of and participate with. And one of the like tenets of their programming is that the school resource officers, these uniformed police officers in our schools, build relationships with our students, and it acts as a mentoring program, which I'm 100% in favor of. So right now it says here that they will arrive 15 minutes like before the school day, and they'll stay 15 minutes after the school day. And it's my understanding or expectation that our students are in classrooms most of the school day. So I'm wondering how we connect that piece of forming positive relationships with our school resource officers and students if our students are in class the majority of the day. And I cited McCormick Middle School because I know they have their school resource officers attend like extracurricular activities and sporting events and things like that. So if that's the case, and if that's what you're about to tell me, then why doesn't the contract reflect that?
If it's an extracurricular activity, it would be more in the realm of an invitation by like the principal, for instance, needing an SRO, and then they would get permission to work that extracurricular. That would be their comp time. But traditionally, it's not a situation where that's part of the contract, that they attend so many games. But like Ms. Presley wouldn't be a great example because she has multiple police officers, you know, attending. But let's say at Miller Middle School, she was expecting a big crowd for a home basketball game. She would then approach her SRO, and he would then have that option to ask his supervisor if he could work it, and then he would get comp time for that. So to kind of answer your question, you're right. It's not part of the contract to work those games. It's a bonus.
And so my question is, and my hope is that if the goal and the intent of the school safety center, which is, like to demystify who uniformed police officers are and make them more integrated into the campus community and to form those positive relationships, then an SRO who is there working security and having to be a security guard doesn't leave a lot of opportunity for like engagement, right? Like I'm assuming they have a job and expectations of maintaining security of an event versus sitting down, interacting with students in a positive way, which is what like the school safety center's model is. So again, I guess my question is, when are these positive interactions happening? And I only cite McCormick Middle School because I know like the police officer who's there, and it's a county, not SMPD, chooses they themselves to work those longer days, and not as security of an event, but again, as part of this demystification process and understanding who they are and why they're there and forming those positive.
Right, so a couple examples I can give is, a part of that model, which is kind of what you're relating to, is the new SBLE model. And part of that is getting out of your office and roaming the halls. Like we say with administrators, lead by roaming. So our SROs are expected to not be in their office during passing periods, for instance, so that they can engage. I think the administrators here would agree that they're present at every single lunch duty. They don't take their lunch while kids are taking lunch. And if you come to the high school, you'll see them intermingling with, which is a great time to build relationships at lunch, to get to know those kids. So those are just kind of a couple examples how things might have changed in the last couple of years. But the big one, I think, is getting out of the office and getting in the hallways and just roaming and making connections.
Awesome, and that's great, and I think our lunches are like 35 minutes for the most part, and then passing periods are like 4 to 5 minutes. And so, again, I've researched what the school safety center's goals and aspirations are for their SRO programming, and I'd be curious moving forward, and I'm going to ask President Cantu this at our September meeting, if we could get a more formalized presentation from the school safety center and how our SRO program is meeting the school safety center's programming expectations, because I know that there's some data collection components to what the school safety center is doing and its partnership with the ISD, so I'd be very interested in seeing how those goals are being met, because I want it to be successful. I believe it's a phenomenal program if done correctly, but again, I'm just curious as to how that's working, if the interactions that are occurring between SROs and students is a 5-minute passing period here or there, or they're standing in the corner of the cafeteria during lunch. Because I've been here during lunch and I know like that's kind of their spot, and for me, just looking at it from a distance, there's an armed police officer standing in the corner of a cafeteria, and I don't see like a bunch of kids,
Right.
Kicking it with him, forming relationships and bonds, right? And maybe it was just a different kind of day, but again, I'm very curious about how the.
Well, and I think too, what we're looking at too is you move the SBLE models to move from more of a punitive punishment type of situation for an officer and more conversations and relationship building. For instance, we had over 800 contacts last year that were recorded with our SRO officers, and of that, it was less than 20 detainments. So that's an example of 780 times out of 800, a student was talked to and conversed with rather than just detained or given a citation. So that's another piece of that is the new model, right? Which is not scare tactic, it's more relationship oriented. But sure, we can set up a more formal presentation for you.
And now that you mentioned it, I'm very curious to see what those 780 interactions were that a uniformed police officer talked to our students.
Well, they're called contacts.
Contacts, yeah.
Right.
Whatever those contacts are.
Right.
I'd like to know what data is there behind that. Was it like they said hi to our students 780 times, or, so
Right.
again, I'd be very interested in the data behind that. And again, you know, we've renewed and had conversations about this, but I've never seen like the school safety center side of this, and I know we've prided ourselves on our relationship with them and the programming that's taking place, and so I'm very curious of what that data actually is that the school safety center is collecting, because the model, the framework, the intent is very admirable and forward-thinking, and so I'm very interested in checking the temperature on that program.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Wozniak, would you say like the SRP training is out of the Texas State School Safety Center and alert and?
The SROs play a big part in all of our SRP training, meaning that every drill that we run, they're kind of at the center of that. You know, we coordinate with them, especially the big Hays County drills. But they, for instance, when we did our staff training this past week and we trained all of our teachers on SRP, we did a 90-minute presentation on SRP. Dr. Cardona was there for one of my presentations, but we co-presented with our SRO officers so that they could hear, so that our staff could hear from our SRO officers when we talked about the drills and what we expect from them, and our citizens respond to active shooter events training. So they play a role in all of our trainings also with our staff members.
The Mendez Boy Scout, the police officers that were part of our mentoring program with Gear Up, the SRO training that we did with the research study that we did with Texas State School Safety Center, where Officer Dugan brought his dog to examine the interactions without and with a dog. Those
So
are all
that's, yeah, that's still, so we previously had a relationship, Goodnight and high school. We're doing a study with the Texas School Safety Center, and we're continuing that with Miller this year.
That's what he wants to hear about.
Yes.
Are we ready for?
Ms. Cantu,
Ms.
I just
Halsey?
to follow up, I just wanted to comment to Mr. Arredondo that, you know, I'm most familiar with SRO presence during after-school activities, extracurriculars on the secondary campuses, and I really think that the officers do a terrific job of interacting and being approachable and part of the community in those circumstances, and I'm really appreciative of that. And I wanted to go back to the point that I was making earlier about the restorative justice practices, and I think that this might be a new part of the program, which I think is laudable. Not only does it mention on page 4 under 5.0, one of the duties of the school resource officer is to counsel public school students in special situations, which I think is terrific. But also on point 4.7 is specifically the SRO program will work to implement restorative justice practices, including the goal of repairing harm through inclusive processes that engage all stakeholders, as well as shifting discipline from punishment to learning and rehabilitation, restoration for minor nonviolent offenses. Stakeholders should be in agreement to pursue such processes. For each incident, SROs will seek to understand and address the circumstances which contributed to a crime occurring. SROs shall agree to abide by the district's student code of conduct at all times. And I think that last sentence is actually really critical and super important, that our SROs are voluntarily participating in the same way in which we requested our students. And that, you know, I think is super important. And so I would just like to hear later on down the line sometime this year, once I know we're doing restorative justice practices at Miller, and I'm assuming in other campuses, but sort of how we've integrated the SRO's contract and approach to SRO processes with our own on our campuses, and whether we've integrated them or whether they're sort of operating in consecutive spheres, or how that's happening, because I'm fascinated by that. So thank you.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. My last comment, because I know people are trying to get out of here, is yes, I want to hear the anecdotal, you know, the cops brought the dog to school and they hung out and had a good time, right? Like, that's awesome. But I know there's a significant data collection portion with the school safety center. There are check-ins with teachers, there are check-ins with administrators, there are reflections, there are narratives provided. Again, there's like a significant data collection component because of the grant requirements for the school safety center. So I want to see what that is here in San Marcos, because there's a number of surveys, climate surveys that are done with students and staff in direct relation to the program. And so I'm very interested in what that data is. And so, like, yes, Dr. Cardona is right. I want to hear and see the pictures and the videos and the interactions, but more so specifically the data from the school safety center as it relates to the school district's compliance and fulfillment of that partnership. So thank you.
Ready for the vote? All in favor, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. 10H, consider acceptance of the certified appraisal rolls for San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District.
I move that we approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Hanson to approve, and was it Mr. Arredondo? Seconded. Any question? Question?
I just want to clarify. They say these include the properties under protest at the submission of these rolls, so the final values could be reduced.
The final values could be reduced. The good news is that the changes in HB3 mitigate that. So as our property values go up, or our property values, it's not happening, but go down, our tax rate changes proportionally and our state aid changes proportionally. So we would not be disadvantaged or advantaged if those numbers shifted. We just have to report them accurately.
So they didn't complete last year's for protest until like spring of this year.
Yes, because of COVID, they were far, far behind. They did a certified estimate.
They're already at the same place because I talked to one of the appraisers, and I think she said there were 6 of them, and I was number 100 on their list. And I wasn't the last one.
Ready for the vote? Any other question? All in favor, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. 10I, approval of the no new revenue tax rate and voter approval tax rate for tax year 2021 for San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District.
Ms. Cantu, I move that we approve and accept the no new revenue tax rate and voter approved tax rate for tax year 2021 for the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District.
I second.
Heard 2 seconds.
I
Let him
recognize
have
it.
it.
That's
Okay.
Trustee Mejia, excuse me.
We have a motion by Ms. Halsey and a second by, who took it?
Ms. Mejia.
Ms. Mejia.
Can we make the point, I know that it's called the no new revenue tax rate and voter approval tax rate, but is, the way that I'm also reading it, my understanding is, Dr. Barton, that not only is there no new revenue, but that we've actually decreased the tax rate, correct?
Yes, it's fairly confusing because the new rules don't mesh with the old system. In no new revenue, they only calculate the properties that are present in both years. And so anything that's new doesn't come in, but that allows you as a property owner to see exactly what your rate would be if we were only to bring in the exact same amount of money this year as we did last year, so that your increasing property values are, you get to understand the proportionality of that increase.
Any
So again, we are decreasing the tax rate.
On the next agenda item, yes, ma'am, we will.
Thank you. Okay.
Any further questions or discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. 10J.
I move the adoption of a total tax rate of 1.170782 per $100 evaluation, comprised of 0.901600 for maintenance and operations and 0.269182 for interest and sinking.
Second.
Was that Dr. Salmi second?
Yep.
Motion made by Ms. Hanson, seconded by Dr. Salmi. Questions or discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. Consideration of the Delegate Contractual Authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code, TEC 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education is authorized under TEC 49.006. This included approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit, netting Chapter 48 funding.
Our trustees, or our board, has acted on this item every single year. This, you may remember this as the purchase of attendance credits.
Yes.
It just has new language now. And what that says is they're going to reduce our state aid if we were to owe recapture. We are not likely to owe recapture unless we have a significant shift in our student enrollment. This is something we do every year just as an if, and how would the district respond?
Okay.
I move that we approve this item.
I second.
A motion made by trustee Hansen, seconded by trustee Viapando. Any questions or discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. Consider approval of the budget amendments.
We have two budget amendments for you this evening. Amendment 22-2 is for two trustees who have asked to participate in the interlocal visit with the Chamber of Commerce. We're asking for $4,400 to cover that visit for both of our trustees. We do set aside a small amount of money each year for each trustee to attend board training, about $1,100, $1,150 for rooms, travel, and meals. But this is more, so we definitely needed additional funds. But at the same time, we didn't want to prevent these trustees from attending SLI or convention or MASBA or anything that our trustees normally go to because they participated in this. So that's why we're asking for an additional money to cover this expenditure.
So their allowance for attending other conferences will still be intact.
It will still be intact.
Question?
I would like to pull this amendment.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to pull this amendment for discussion.
Okay.
I move that we approve Amendment 22-03.
I don't hear a second.
I'll second. I'm sorry.
A second motion made to pull this amendment, made by Ms. Hanson, seconded by Ms. Viapando.
The motion was to approve Amendment 22-03.
Okay, I don't have it in front of me. Hold on.
Amendment 22-03 is to recognize $80,286 in additional revenue for this year in a settlement between TEA and I believe the federal government. They have released more funding for the special education program. And so we want to recognize that, and we want to break it into two different functions, Function 11 instructional and Function 31 guidance.
Okay, so your motion is for Amendment 22-03 only.
Correct.
Okay. And we have the second from Ms. Viapando. Any questions or discussion? All in favor of this amendment, raise your hand.
22-03 only?
2203 only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you voting, Mr. Arredondo?
Sorry, my hand was raised.
7-0 for Amendment 2203.
Good evening, President Cantu, members of the board.
Wait,
Oh,
But we have to do 2202. This was added after agenda prep. So I'd like a little bit more information. Who are the trustees that are requesting this extra funds?
My understanding is that Ms. Mejia and Mr. Arredondo requested to go on that trip. It's a city trip with the chamber and the city are going to North Carolina. Is that it?
Okay, how will this trip benefit San Marcos CISD students, staff, parents, and community?
Because Texas State and also the city of San Marcos are also going.
So how does that benefit what y'all are gonna learn, benefit our students, staff, and parents and community?
It's called networking. So,
What information do you, predict to bring back?
Ms. Mejia, Trustee Mejia, if I can answer. So the agenda that Mr. Fernandez provided you, Trustee Hansen, and the information on the Chamber of Commerce's interlocal visit website and just historical knowledge or just paying attention to the numerous visits that the ISD, the Chamber, and the city have participated in. Historically, the ISD has always sent a delegation when these trips started occurring. And to answer your question more directly, so in the itinerary, there are presentations, much like the ones that we attend at SLI and MASBA and TASB, in which the superintendent of schools of the public school system there in the community that we're visiting is speaking on the ways in which they partnered with their local university and their city and their Chamber of Commerce. And very much like that community, we here in San Marcos also have a city and a school district and a university and a Chamber of Commerce. So it's seeing how those best practices are being implemented there and what opportunities we have to replicate, hopefully, some of the successes that that community has accomplished over the past several years. And just speaking for myself as someone who has been on this board for 6 years, as opposed to someone who's been on this board for almost 15 years, this school district has very rarely had positive relations with the city or the university. And we have continued to do that, I think, before my tenure here. And for those watching at home, this school board and this school district actually ended the Camanitos program with this Texas State University, which I think is very emblematic. And if you want to like put a fingerprint on when the school district has had issues working with the university, that's one of them, right? And I think that happened when you were president of the school board and Patty Schaefer was superintendent. So the hope or the expectation is attending this trip, seeing what other communities are doing, and going with the delegation of all of those parties will hopefully foster that sense of partnership and community, and again, replicate those successes there in the community that we're visiting. So I hope that answered your question.
Well, I still have 2 questions. First of all, your history is incorrect. I have been on this board. This is my 15th year. I've never seen school board trustees attend this. It's always been staff members who can bring back information. So will y'all be bringing back, I don't want a presentation. I'd like something in writing with the information you learned. Will y'all be able to provide that?
I can do both for you, if that makes
I'm
it
sorry?
better.
Yeah, I'm
I can do
happy
both
to-
for you.
I don't want a presentation. I just would like something in writing that pertains to our students, staff, parents, and community that you learn that's going to make San Marcos CISD better for the amount of money that we're expending. Because
Sure, and
because we
I
have a
will even
current budget
include a
deficit.
presentation for all the attendees for that meeting.
We have a current budget deficit of $3,722,061. And this will just, we need to find ways to reduce that deficit, not keep adding to it. And I realize $4,400 is not a lot of money, but every penny counts at this point as far as I'm concerned. So that is, I would have liked to have seen this at agenda prep to have the discussion then. And also with, I didn't know who it was. That's not mentioned. There was nothing included with it. Ahead of time, I had to ask for that information.
And so just as a point.
I will be voting against this because I'm unsure how this is going to assist us in becoming a better school district.
Yeah, well,
Ms. Cantu, I'd like to move that we approve Amendment 2202, budget amendment for August 2021. Call the question.
And I'll second that. I also have a clarifying question. Are those kinds of documents required for people attending the TASB trainings that we will be attending as newly elected members, just out of curiosity?
Never before.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
we have a
you.
motion,
I didn't hear.
My question was
wait a
for
minute.
those of us who are new to the board and are attending TASB trainings that we've never attended before, are we also expected to provide a written report summarizing those things learned there?
No, I was asking because TASB is available for all of us, or SLI or MASBA. So, if people, or if the person wants to share that, that'd be great. If
Thanks, I
but
appreciate
it's-
that. I'm just trying to understand.
I think the difference
Nice.
is that we all have a budget so that we can attend SLI, which we didn't get to go to, or TASB. And this is outside that realm, and I think that's why Mr. Barton said that he had to move money in, because the 4,000 is more than we had set aside.
I understand that, and I understand that this is a different kind of learning opportunity. And I think all of these are very valid points. I just wanted to
Okay, so
understand
we
what
have a motion
expectations.
from
And
Ms.
I
Halsey
second
and
the
a
motion.
second from Dr. Salmi.
Actually, she called the question.
Oh, you called the question as well. We're ready to vote? All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Opposed? 2, okay. So 5-2. On the amendment. On the amendment 2202. Consider approval of a resolution of the board regarding extension of emergency paid leave for district employees.
Pardon the interruption earlier. Good evening, President Cantu, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Cardona. On July 19th, the San Marcos CISD School Board approved a $250 incentive for employees who've been vaccinated against COVID. On page 148 of your board book, you'll find an updated copy of the resolution for EPSL. At this time, the administration respectfully requests the board approve an extension of emergency paid sick leave for district employees program.
This is similar to the program we had last year?
Yes, ma'am, the emergency.
COVID?
Yes,
And is this, how many days is this?
10 days.
And is this for anybody or for people who are vaccinated?
Employees who are vaccinated.
Okay, and if they come down with COVID, we're giving them up to 10 days to recover?
Any COVID-related issues like we did last time, caring for a family member, et cetera.
Thank you. I move that we approve.
I have a question first.
I'll second.
I have a question.
How many people did we have to help last year with this special leave? Do you have a roundabout number? Doesn't have to be exact.
At least 50.
50?
50, like 50?
50.
Did you have
It's
a question?
COVID-related, so staying home with a sick child or family member, et cetera. I can get an exact number for you.
2 questions. One, Dr. Cardona, could you tell us about how things are going thus far with bringing staff back to campuses in terms of illnesses, but also Dr. Baez for next month? Could you come back to the board with if your recommendation, if you feel it's feasible, that there's a way that we could extend the vaccination compensation to long-term substitute teachers that we are going to be dependent on this year? And I don't know what those qualifications would look like. I know it's kind of murky and difficult, but if you could, think through that, work through that, and see if there was a way in which we could give that same incentive to our long-term subs that I think we're going to be especially dependent on this year. But Dr. Cardona, could you tell us how this is going so far?
Dr. Baez will have the updated numbers, but since we came back last Monday, as of this morning when we were in cabinet, it was 25 staff members have tested positive for
25.
COVID.
It's 31
than
this
2 weeks?
evening, sir.
31 this
31 in less than 2 weeks.
In 5 days.
Super, thanks.
Mr. Arredondo?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cantu. I really just want to applaud Dr. Baez and Dr. Barton and the members of the cabinet and every ISD staff member who brought this back. I know the federal emergency paid sick leave ended in December of last year, and I know that we provided this past spring, and then you're bringing it back to us now. So again, thank you for doing what obviously the state and federal government cannot. Secondly, in regards to the ISD reopening, I agree with Trustee Halsey. If we had 50 staff members who utilized this last spring, I'm assuming that number we can multiply it by 4 fairly quickly. So I hope that we can provide that to long-term substitutes and anyone who's on the bench that we're about to call in. On the resolution, I'm assuming that this is retroactive for the people who have been diagnosed this
Yes,
past
sir.
week. Correct? Okay, awesome. At a future meeting, it doesn't have to be in September, but it might need to be in September, who knows? If like multiple diagnoses, what occurs then? Because obviously these 20 some odd employees who have tested positive themselves are now eligible for the 10 days for their absence. But if they have a child in the school district, or if they have to quarantine because we're not offering virtual instruction, obviously there's going to be other instances of this absence. And so I don't want to see our staff kind of left out there to figure that out on their own. So I'd be interested in other proposals or any other ideas of what this might look like, because I'm assuming it's not just going to be, you know, these diagnoses for these 25 employees so far, and then that is going to be the last time that they experience some type of COVID-related issue, which is covered by this resolution. So just for future conversations and cabinet discussions is what happens now to these employees if they're impacted by COVID, again, as like a second diagnosis, or if their child or significant other or whatever, if they're exposed to it and they themselves have to quarantine. I know anecdotally, we have a lot of partners in the ISD who both work for the school district, right? And so if they're having to quarantine and if they've exposed their family, then, I mean, it might be spouses of ISD teachers who are also having to self-isolate and quarantine because of that exposure. So anyway, I'm in favor of this. Thank you. And hopefully this doesn't have to come back to us too many more times. So thank you.
Ready for the vote? All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed.
I move that we adjourn. Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hanson, seconded by Ms. Villapando, that we adjourn. All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.